Hello and welcome. It's Fireball Friday, soon to be Soul Saturday. Hello, everybody. Grabs the vodka. Nice. Nuclear Winter, thank you very much for 45 months. Incredibly kind of you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I want to apologize. I meant to stream earlier this week, but I kind of some things happened. Some things happened. So here we are. My sleep schedule's all out of whack. And I was like, fuck it. I'll stream till I'm tired. Then we'll go from there. There we are. We're gonna do some world building stuff. I was working on the Witnesses, which is a cult. It was the last thing I was working on. I might bounce between some ideas. But you know, Witnesses are that's right. Witnesses are the ones that I am currently kind of fixated on. They're known as the Cult of the Eye. I made a dope ass heraldry for them. What else? I might work on some ancestry lore. I haven't decided yet. I might touch up on some other cults, like Heralds of the Eclipse, which is another cult. I wanted to kind of put like an emphasis on factions, if that makes sense. So I figured having some cool magical factions that, you know, players could be interested in or interact with might be beneficial for the world. Because so far I've only really had like one. I only had like really one or two factions that the players could interact with. And the others were kind of like vague ideas, nothing really defined, or like what their philosophies were or how they felt about certain things. So that's something that I'm gonna try and fix. So far we have the Witnesses, which is our first major cult in Atis. Who's the hottest leader? That's a great question. I haven't defined. I don't think they have a leader, is the thing. Or at least I haven't defined what their leadership looks like. It's more the ideal. They're kind of driven by their philosophy, which is something that we'll discuss. Well, I guess I could kind of take some time and try and find a representative, the highest of their order, so to speak. But this is what we have so far. The Witnesses, also known as Bloodseers, the Cult of the Eye, and the One Eyes. They have several points of inspiration. They have the Brimmed Cap Witches from Witch Hat Atelier, the Red Magic Cult from Faerun, and the Blood Star from Elden Ring. And I've kind of derived little points of inspiration from each one. So for the Brimmed Caps, Jesus, it's a rogue coven of magi who reject the rules of the Collegium, believing that much like the Wizard Kings, magic is the right of all. Their frequent use of forbidden magical practices, such as spell tattoos, has made them the enemy of numerous orders within Atis. You have the Red Magic Cult, which is the strongest of the order, or the 8 greatest magi. These are figures who have uncovered ancient relics and magics belonging to the Wizard Kings. Despite what the Collegium would have everyone believe, the Witnesses have been responsible for numerous advancements in the efforts of magic. And then you have the Blood Star, which is otherworldly being born from the wound left in the wake of the Allfather's meddling in the Sea of Stars. Its red glow is visible in the night sky, responsible for unique spells and artifacts. It is said that those who have been visited by visions of this entity become enlightened, witness to its magnificent power. So I'm trying to tie all three of these kind of bits and pieces. The something I saw, which has kind of shaped my mindset going forward, is DMs steal. DM's greatest tool, in fact, is stealing. But somebody recently, I forget the gentleman's name. I wish I had remembered. He has a great YouTube series that I've been watching, talking about stealing the bones, not the flesh. So stealing the idea, but executing it in your own way. Which is something I've already done for a few things, but there are some things which are just blatantly one for one. So I've tried to change that. I'm trying to go back through and like define things that are wholly unique to Atis, trying to steer away from like some things, or again take the skeleton or take the bones and leave the flesh. So instead of the Red Wizards of Cauburn, which was the original Red Wizard group that we had, which was basically just the Red Wizards of Thay with a slight name deviation, I scrapped it entirely, and I'm making the witnesses. And I'm using the Red Magic Cult, the skeleton of it, as a kind of foundational piece in our inspiration, and then I am writing up the cult itself. Also, I made the mistake of trying to find a name. Made the mistake of trying to find a name, and I loaded up Dawn of Andalur, and now I'm stuck waiting for this fucking game to finish updating to the latest version. And I'm like, please, let me go back. let me, please. I'm so tired of this. There's nothing here. All of my maps on Dawn of Andalur are dead. They're either gone or corrupted. I was looking for one guy's name. I also figured out some of the members. I was going through some of the games that I've ran in the past, and I was figuring out who some of the members were. Lord Urhand Pyrethorn, who's the Magister of Sunfall. He's a member. He is the dwarven individual that the party saved in Tales of Sunfall. Another person I decided I was going to add here to kind of give a little bit of grayness to the order is Rin Stardreamer, who is the sanctioned witch in Astari. I thought I unmuted. Oops, hold on. Nice. Sorry, I thought I unmuted. I was like, why do I just talking in chat?
It's because you hate me. By the way, Legion's here with oil. They're in the car, so.
Hello.
Hello.
Imagine there's actually
driving
two
me
B's.
to the Yaoi convention.
Oh my god.
All right, I hope you make lots of money. First
the furry convention, now the Yaoi convention.
I mean, I hope so too, but I wasn't able to make a lot of stuff because I gave myself self-imposed diarrhea.
Did you eat ice cream or something? By the way, we are streaming. We have informed her that we are streaming,
yeah.
right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I told her. Yeah. I didn't know.
So, do you know what Milo is?
It's like the name of a dog.
No, it's like a fast food restaurant.
Do you know Ovaltine?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so like you know how like it comes powdered and whatever. So the other day when I was working, I was like, oh, a little sugar will pick me up. So I made myself some basically Asian version of Ovaltine, right? I was like, there's
Mhm.
probably not a lot of milk in there. And then I was fine that day, but that later that night I kept waking up because I had to keep going to the bathroom. And it got really bad. I couldn't keep anything inside my body. So like yesterday, it was just me, the bathroom, the bed, the bathroom. So I didn't get any work done.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did it to myself. So you know what can we do?
Poop, apparently.
We must. Your stomach like, oh, kill me.
Observe.
Like it was insane. My body wasn't absorbing anything. Like I ate, and then like in 5 minutes I'd be in the bathroom again. Have any thoughts?
I'm focused on drive.
Any thoughts on the situation?
Very riveting.
I think it's just the speed that freaked me out a little. Like, did it just move through me? It didn't stay in my stomach.
It's like one speech that they say in Dune, or like let fear pass through me.
Insane.
Yeah.
Whoa. DM, which cult is joinable by a player?
You could definitely join the witnesses.
Yo, Puck.
I'll here. To the witnesses, the pursuit of knowledge is not simply an academic endeavor, it is the highest calling of mortal existence. Every civilization, every miracle, and every advancement throughout history was born because someone dared to ask a question that others believed should remain unanswered. They believe that humanity's defining trait is neither its capacity for war or its devotion to the Aranar, but its unrelenting curiosity. Where others see forbidden knowledge, the witnesses see unfinished understanding. This philosophy grew in the wake of the Wizard King's destruction, with many great magi not lamenting the loss of these powerful leaders, the loss of their knowledge. There was no desire to restore their empire, but to prevent their libraries from being burned, their grimoires reduced to ash, entire schools of magic erased from history, not because they were understood and deemed irredeemable, but their fear demanded their destruction. To the witnesses, this was the greatest tragedy in history. The death of the Wizard Kings was inevitable, but the death of knowledge was a choice. They argue that every spell condemned, every ritual buried underneath stone, and every relic locked behind Collegium vaults represents a question that humanity has chose never to answer. Such acts do not make the world safer, they simply ensure that future generations will face the same dangers armed with less understanding than those who came before. No knowledge is evil, only ignorance of its consequences is. Most witnesses do not advocate reckless spellcasting, nor do they celebrate the destruction for its own sake. Rather, they believe that no discovery should be erased simply because it's frightening. A spell that sunders mountains should be understood before it's condemned. A ritual capable of speaking with entities within the Sea of Stars should be studied before it's forgotten. Even the darkest workings of necromancy and blood magic contain truths about the primeval current that cannot be learned elsewhere. To destroy such knowledge is, in their eyes, an act of intellectual cowardice. This philosophy, however, places them in direct opposition to nearly every institution within Adis.
We all hate you. Okay, so that's kind of low key. That's kind of based. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, are they the bad guys? Wait a minute.
They are bad guys in so much this is me attempting to introduce some pockets of gray in the order versus chaos. These are chaotic. They do not follow the law simply for the sake of following the law. They ask questions. They ask why you followed the law, why this spell is being condemned. We don't even know what it does yet. However, there are some within the cult that
Mhm.
that kind of are they kind of go
Why
against.
shouldn't I learn the spell that flays your balls?
Well, it's more like again, it says most witnesses do not advocate reckless spellcasting, nor do they celebrate the destruction for its own sake. There are some who will go to hamlets and bestow forbidden knowledge simply to see what happens.
Little psychos.
So imagine little Oliver. He's just a little Oliver. He's a little chudling cat guy. And he is playing with a bunch of the other kids in Elion. And he sees a wizard, a wizard looking fellow out on the outskirts of town, and the little wizard fellow's doing something. Oliver comes over, and Oliver starts asking a bunch of questions, and the wizard's super nice, very welcoming, greets Oliver with a warm smile, is happy to answer all of the questions that Oliver has. And before Oliver goes, he goes, "Hey, do you want to cast magic like I do?" And Oliver goes, "Yeah." And the wizard pulls out a scroll and hands it to Oliver and says, read this whenever you want. Whenever you want to learn how to cast magic, read that, and it'll teach you. And Oliver goes, "Yippee!" clicks his heels, scurries off into the distance. Now maybe Oliver goes back and he shows it to Duskbrand. Or maybe Oliver reads it before he even gets back to town. Maybe he's reading it on his way back. And as he's reading it, all of the arcane words on this scroll trigger. And the spell detonates. And you summon a Laratan. Or you summon a walking volcano.
Oh.
Like you summon something that is dangerous. Or you cast a spell and you warp the land. And it transforms the lush verdant hills of Eliond into a festering bog.
Yeah, it seems like some shit fucking Oliver would do.
So again, there are some witnesses out there who will do that, who will find, those with current affinity, or just kind of sow a little problems because they want to see what the magic does. And the best way to do that is to get eager-eyed individuals to read or unlock the magic.
So why don't they just read the spell that summons a Laratan?
Maybe because they already know what it does. Or again, maybe because they also want to they want to see
Weird flex.
Maybe they want to see, I can cast it because I'm a proficient caster. What happens if you put it in the hands of somebody who is not a proficient caster?
Is it perhaps because the Laratan usually kills you? Would that be it? Does the giant volcano usually end in the demise of the caster? No, like you do it.
The Laratan can be problematic sometimes.
It does sound somewhat problematic.
That was an extreme example, but like simple stuff like you read it and it animates everything in like in a mile radius. Now suddenly your clothes are animated, the houses are animated, the things inside of the house are animated. Suddenly you have a bunch of these animated objects that are now floating and moving around or attacking people, right? Mm-hmm. The wizard had no idea what it was going to do. He knew that it was an animation spell, didn't understand, like maybe didn't expect to see it affect like a mile radius. And he's like, now I'm going to study it. Now I'm going to study the effects of this spell. And see maybe if there's a counter to it, maybe if there's like a fix, or see maybe if it spreads. Like what happens if this spell continues to animate things.
I see.
But then there are some, like Rin Stardreamer is of the belief that you don't need to go to the Collegium to learn or practice magic. She herself went, But that kind of shaped her ideals. Like she went, she saw what it was like and came back and was just like, anybody should be able to cast magic. So she's more like oh, you're an unsanctioned spellcaster in my town? That's fine. Here, I'll give you a writ, basically, that says you're my apprentice or something. Let's study occult magic together.
Very interesting. So I take it, I guess this isn't really like druid stuff. They got their own thing going on.
Yeah, druids got their own thing going on. Druids kind of have their own belief systems. They also, I could see the witnesses and the druids kind of getting along. But druids are also like, I do this for nature. Like,
Yeah.
I don't really give a shit about your
They
city
got their
or
own
your town.
rules. They're not like, oh, let's do whatever, man. It's just like, fuck it. Like, I'm assuming they have their own thing that keeps them sort of balanced, as you said.
Yeah, again, what they do for the sake of nature, right? Like, say, individuals who channel the primeval current through direct communication with the natural world rather than formal study or religious doctrine. Druids view the current as a living force that flows through all things stone, river, beast, forest, sky, and seek harmony with its natural rhymes rather than mastery over them. Through meditation, ritual, and long periods of isolation within the wilderness, they learn to guide the current's more primal manifestations, shaping weather, encouraging growth, communicating with beasts, and altering the land itself. As a result, most druids possess neither formal certification nor ecclesiastical recognition, and are therefore classified as unsanctioned practitioners throughout much of the known world.
Hmm.
I opened up the wrong one.
F.
No, it is SOT I need. Goes to college. Yeah, basically. Rin went to the Collegium of Illendor and came out of it with her sanctioning. And then kind of went, I don't think like anything you can learn there, you can learn from your peers. And a lot of the things they won't teach you is, kind of a mistake on the Collegium's part. So she herself holds a sanction, but she doesn't believe in the Collegium as a whole, if that makes sense.
To be honest, this sounds like a cult Yuri would be kind of, fucking with a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the big kind of thing for them is that they're not really bound by any sort of uniform or overarching hierarchy, right? Like,
Yeah, they're like the it sounds like the Bruja in Masquerade. They're kind of like, fuck the system.
I want to introduce a wizard who is like, because I've already have like Lord Urhand Pyrethorn is a magister of Sunfall, right? He's a sanctioned wizard in a place of authority, and even he still believes in the witnesses, right? He's like, yeah, magic should be for everybody, be for every man. It shouldn't just be for like those who deem it worthy, right? It shouldn't be because the Nitoris have said I can cast magic. I should be able to cast magic because I learned how to cast magic.
Right.
I don't think that I don't imagine that they have a hierarchy. I do imagine that they have like the 8 strongest of their order, which are just like these individual. Like I wanted to. Oh, that's what it was. I wanted to be. So the big thing with the witnesses and their kind of conflict with the Collegium is that the witnesses have recently uncovered some spells, right? I was talking about like the recent discovery of shield. I wanted the witnesses to have been the ones who basically uncovered certain abjuration spells, certain like shielding spells. And because they share it with everybody, right? It eventually found its way to the Collegium, and because it was already so widespread, the Collegium was more or less forced to adopt it. And then they realized that it was in fact a very useful spell, despite being, not hidden, but like kind of wrapped in a lot of these occult rituals. So there is this butting of heads between the Collegium and the witnesses. It's not like it's on site, right? Like, a Knight Taurus may come in and see, they may find somebody handing out magic. But it's not like, okay, now that I've seen you, you're immediately under arrest. There's a lot of budding conflicts, both like politically as well as, God, what's the word? Philosophically. There are some Knight Taurus who are like, yeah, like, but they ask questions, and it's good that there is somebody out there asking questions. And then there are others who are like, no, man, their practices, what they do are indefensible. Like they tattoo magic onto their bodies. We've seen what happens when you do that. You can, like, that is the most surefire way to die, is to not only die, but to take out people around you. It's a very selfish form of magic.
How dare you? Fireballs don't kill people, okay? People do.
Yeah, I wanted the Collegium and the witnesses to kind of butt heads, where it's like the witnesses are uncovering magic, and because they share it with people, you have Knight Taurus that come into situations and they go, wait, how do you know that? How do you know how to cast that? Like that's a forbidden spell. The ones who are on site are the Order of the Hand. The Order of the Hand believe very strongly, like their goddess does, Bethune, and they believe that a lot of magic should be like hidden away or destroyed. So Order of the Hand are like, oh, you found a grimoire that lets you cast a certain spell. That's very cool. And you were recently captured by the Knight Taurus. Somebody comes into your cell, slits your throat, and then destroys the grimoire.
Oh, dang it.
So Order of the Hand is very much like, it should stay hidden, it should stay secret, it should stay lost. The witnesses are like, everybody should know magic. Nothing is forbidden. You're only scared because you're ignorant and you haven't asked like questions.
You're just stupid. As he holds the Orb of Annihilation. You guys just don't know how to handle this.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. I have dropped off Oya at the YawiCon.
Oh, you're not going with her?
God, I hope that's actually what it sounds like.
No, I'm parking the car right now. I just dropped her up at the entrance with her stuff.
I want a ticket to a game.
Plus, apparently, also, I can't go inside because it's already, all the tickets are sold out.
Oh,
And
damn.
Toya didn't get me a ticket.
Oh my god.
So now I'm just gonna troll around inside the car park now. Oh shit! Yeah, nice. There's a space.
I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of karma.
Oh, what? A karma?
Yeah. calling things out for being gay.
Oh,
Sorry, no
I
homophobes
don't
allowed in.
Yeah, sorry, man.
I don't say it as a derogatory thing. Okay, I'm just saying it as
Sometimes it
is.
doesn't matter your intention. All that matters is somebody heard you say it in
This
a.
is what you get for refusing Zebus.
Oh, okay, now that's not that
That's
shouldn't
just
be the
that
case.
can't be true.
Who
That's
decides that, huh? Who decides that?
That's
You,
ridiculous.
the
Well,
straight
I guess
man?
I don't consent to Zebus, and then immediately, yep, you're a homophobe. You can't go to the Yaoi convention now.
Dog.
Oh, you
gotta-
on-
you gotta
on
put-
all months. On all months. Pride Month.
I
You decide to
mean-
pull this.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever a convention where you have to get into yaoi, it's the yaoi convention, man. I don't know what you like. Come on.
Not get into Yaoi. What? I need to like make out with a guy. What is this? To
You're
accept
being
another
you're
guy?
being punished for your sins.
It's true.
Great.
So hey, how's it
Insane.
going, everyone?
Howdy.
Hello, Razi.
Today I learned that the Char in Guild Wars is a 5th Legion I was not aware of until now. There's the big legions. There's Blood Legion, Iron Legion, Ash Legion, and Flame Legion. These are the ones that we have seen in the game. And I just found the Metal Legion. They're a band. They played metal.
Oh, I see.
They're bards. Yeah, they're the Metal Legion.
Nice.
I was not
So,
aware of this existence until now.
So could they still actually make use of actual metal, or is it literally just metal music?
They play metal.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, the Iron Legion is the engineers.
I see.
Indeed. They gave me a shit ton of loot, so I don't complain too much.
Hey, boss.
Yeah.
So I was like listening in right throughout the entire conversation on the witnesses. They're not bad guys, right? Because everything you said doesn't seem pretty bad. Seems pretty good actually.
They are a chaotic order. So again, like I said, it's meant to introduce some level of gray. There are some witnesses who are evil.
Oh yeah.
Like there are liches who are part of the witnesses, and will happily kill. Because they need to study their necromancy. And what better way to do that than to, subjugate a village?
Yes.
I mean, it's no different than like people who are like, who's like, yeah, I believe in the freedom of the people, and then there's the people who's like, I believe in the freedom for me to make as much money as possible and do whatever it takes. That's freedom.
Yeah. It checks
That's
out.
what I like to call a free market. It sounds like that. You have it's liberal versus ultra liberal.
Woke versus dark woke.
That's so
Okay.
true.
Let me-
Oh,
So
Dark
true.
Walk, let's go.
You want dark road.
Real quick before Gentle Ruffian, thank you very much for 42 months. Appreciated, brother. And Skullton, thank you very much for 10 gifted subs to the community. Appreciate it. But yeah, they're it kind of depends, right? Like Rin Stardreamer is a member of the witnesses. She's a witness. She's a magister. She's a magister of Astari. She's a sanctioned witch. She went to Illendor. But she believes that you should be able to cast magic regardless of a sanction. She doesn't believe that you need to. Go on.
How strict is sanctioning? Can I cast folk magic?
Good point.
For that big
It
sanction?
really okay. So It depends on who. It depends. Like where you're casting it, who sees you, who reports you.
That's so fucked.
Mm-hmm.
You could have the Arcana Nitoris show up because you casted folk magic. You could have nobody show up because you cast folk magic. It could just be it's the expectation. Everybody around here casts folk magic. Let's say in Elion, right? Everybody in Elion could probably cast folk magic, and it's probably expected, right? But you go to Aram's Ferry. Aram's Ferry still holds some level of superstition. They're curmudgeons, right? You cast folk magic in Aram's Ferry, and somebody sees it and they don't like you, they're gonna call the Nitoris.
Okay, so yeah, somebody doesn't like you because they saw you. Somebody doesn't like you as a person, but they saw you like cast like some minor magic. They call the cops on you. Would the cops then be like, huh? Would they be like, you wasted our time? Because again, it's like mini magic.
It's a mini magic, but you do have the capability to cast magic.
Okay.
Okay.
So not anybody can even cast folk magic, which is interesting.
Yeah, you need what's known as current affinity to be even able to cast folk magic. Holy fuck.
How common is this affinity?
I haven't decided yet. That's
I see.
Let's see.
Wait.
Current affinity. This refers to an individual's personal connection to the current and serves as the primary measure of their ability to channel magic and miracles. Attempting to channel more than one's body, mind, or soul can result in arcane exhaustion, spiritual degradation, and uncontrolled magical discharge. In extreme instances of this, demons have been known to possess or emerge through ruptures caused by overcasting.
I thought anyone can learn folk magic. That's like their gimmick, right? Like being able to like comb your hair, that type of magic. I thought that's like anyone can learn that, regardless of affinity.
That was the original thing. Again, well, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I am changing a lot of stuff to make it my own. So I'm keeping the bones and leaving the flesh, so to speak. So folk magic from Freerin is a way that like everybody can cast folk magic, right? Everybody humans have advanced to such a degree that everybody in that setting can cast folk magic. It's super commonplace. I still like folk magic, but I want to tie it to the current. So I want to place it purely on a person's affinity. So that way it's our own instead of a direct carbon copy.
Mm-hmm. So in a sense, basically to a degree, everybody is a sorcerer because you have to have some innate affinity to do it.
I guess that's a way to put it.
Like Joe Bob, what was his fucking name? What was that 40-year-old wizard who's like from Pathfinder?
Oh, Ezreal or something like that?
Ezrin.
Yeah, the merchant who became a wizard.
Yeah, so you can't have that like where Ezrin's like, I'm tired of manipulating the markets. I'm gonna go learn how to manipulate the fragments of reality. And he just uses all of his incredible wealth to learn how to be a spellcaster without him already being tied.
Well, okay, so there is current affinity is something that can be stoked. That is what the Collegium also does. Because that was something I had talked about previously was there are some people who have no current affinity at all. And even though they put themselves through the rigor of going to college and attempting to learn it, like learning the arithmetics, the literature, all of that, there are some who just can't. Like they lack some kind
just
of
can't
key
be mo-
component. So those people usually go off and become like magistrates. They become lawyers, judges, things like that. Ezrin could. Ezrin probably possessed some small spark of affinity. Not enough for him to be able to like cast latent magic at the beginning of his life, but something that could be stoked and kind of fed.
Affinity for coin.
That's right. Something that could be stoked during like, you know, tenuous or not tenuous, very strenuous study to eventually learn like sigils, you know, arcane rituals, and then realizing, oh, he does in fact have a connection to the current. It was just very meager. And now that he's kind of learning and tapping into it, we're strengthening that connection. I would say okay. So not like the Night Taurus aren't cut and dry black and white. They're not going to come in because somebody casts folk magic and fucking erase your memories, right? Like, they'd probably be upset that somebody called them in, or somebody basically doing small, what they would constitute as mundane magic. However, they would basically restrict you. They'd be like, hey, you don't have a patron, or rather, you don't have a sponsor and you're not sanctioned. So we ask, this is your warning. Hey, don't cast this magic. And if you are going to, please find a sponsor and a sanction, like please find a sponsor and make your way to Illendor before you start casting this magic again. Like, see if you can't petition the local wizard to sponsor you. See if you can't find like a sanctioned wizard or a sanctioned magi to basically approve your spell casting while you're here. Because if you don't, we have to abide by the law. And you might face jail time if you keep casting without a sponsor. So find a sponsor.
I'm not
The old
gonna
lady
lie.
who's
That's gonna
using magic to clean her clothes. You got it, officer. I won't do it again. Waits 5 seconds. I'm gonna kill that guy.
Yeah, it does feel like a really dumb case of like, yes, I've been sent to jail just because I've been casting the spell to comb my hair every day, even though I've been warned.
Well, I don't think it's
It's a
not
law.
matter.
Do you think it's dumb that you can't jaywalk?
Well, okay, wait. Jaywalking, right, is a harm to you and to other people because you're walking into traffic. If you're at like the privacy of your own home to cast
And yet-
magic to like comb your hair, and just the angry neighbor that has a vendetta against you spots you like, you know, combing your hair with magic, to call the cops again, like, hey man, it's the guy that you warned before, he's doing it again. And then you get sent to like prison, albeit like, you know, nicer
I don't know
prison,
if
I guess.
I don't think he mentioned prison. I
Jail.
think he just mentioned. I think he mentioned. Hey, don't do that. Actually, how do they deal with somebody who's like, hey, you have an affinity for the current that we now know of? Do they just get like a fine? Like,
So there
Is it like-
is.
it's not like they can unlearn the magic. They
No.
forget everything.
So that is that. Well, you joke. That is something they can do. They can strip your ability to cast magic.
Oh, I took.
The Arcana Notorious possess a unique spellcasting ability to basically strip you of your knowledge of magic.
These guys are dicks. I hate these guys.
Oh,
They are the super police, basically. They are
These guys are jackasses.
it would be an extreme, like, they'd be way more pissed at the person who called the cops than the person casting folk magic. Like, they're gonna give the person casting folk magic a billion chances. They're also probably gonna be like, hey, we're now gonna open an investigation into the neighbor because obviously this motherfucker can't mind his own goddamn P's and Q's. So what does he have? You have any illegal magical artifacts you're not telling us about?
Yeah, it's me. It's the cop looking at me when I actually call somebody out for jaywalking, and I'm like, citizens arrest.
And the cop's like, yeah, man, Cool.
He
Hey,
broke
come with
the
me real
law,
quick.
officer. Wait, why? I'm innocent. He broke the law.
So
Imagine like hitting one of those guys with like I'm the sovereign citizen equivalent of like casting magic.
they go, that's excellent. Hey,
that's-
come with us real quick, and then they take you behind a fucking into an alleyway, and then they strip you of your knowledge of magic.
I think that's the witness. I think the witnesses are the sovereign citizens. They're like, magic belongs to the people.
Yes. But again, that's an extreme case. Let's see. The Arcana Notaris serve as the judicial and enforcement branch of the Collegium of Illendor, tasked with maintaining lawful use of the primeval current throughout the realm. Where Magi seek knowledge and priests seek wisdom, the Notaris are charged with safeguarding society from those who would misuse their affinity to the current. The Notaris are taught that ignorance is not evil, but unchecked power often becomes so. Because of this, they believe in containment and correction wherever possible, with execution being considered a last resort. While the unauthorized practice of magic constitutes a violation of Collegium law, the Arcana Notaris maintain the authority to recommend clemency in cases involving practitioners of exceptional promise. Known as exceptional sanction, this measure allows qualifying individuals to enter supervised Collegium service in lieu of criminal sentencing. Such offers are rare and extended only to those who demonstrate unusual aptitude, restraint, and character despite their lack of formal instruction. Many distinguished magi and knight arcanists trace their origins to an exceptional sanction granted in their youth. Some of the most dangerous threats to the Notaris that they have faced were from the Collegium graduates, while some of the greatest heroes they've ever produced were hedge mages who never stepped foot into a classroom. So again, they would, if your neighbor is over here like, he's casting the fucking magic again, they're gonna be like, yeah, man, you are. First off, you're wasting our resources. We're coming out here looking like we're trying to hunt dark friends, brother. We're trying to keep the realm safe, and you're telling us about the old lady who's combing her fucking hair because she has arthritis.
I haven't been able to clean my clothes properly ever since I got carpal tunnel. Hocus pocus, dirt.
It reminds me of the one meme of the guy was like, they're casting folk magic out there. Well, there's folks out there, so of course you're gonna see people casting folk magic.
Folks out there in the farm.
What would probably happen is they would take both of them and would actually, you know what they would do is they would come down and they'd be like, hey, so is there a reason you called us and not your local magister?
Oh.
Is there a reason you jumped the chain of command?
Well, you see, officer, it was
They were evil.
It was
They're a
Magister's
dark
mom.
friend.
Ooh,
Magister's mother is the evil dark friend.
you don't want to throw around just dark friend willy-nilly. That's a fucking serious accusation. If they go, they're a dark friend, suddenly it's no longer this, oh, okay, this guy's just being an asshole. Now it's like, oh, everybody's being detained. You have turned this into a legitimate investigation now.
I have a question in regards to the knights having the ability to strip magic, right?
Yeah.
Is this a practice that all knights can do? Or is this like certain knights of the order can do?
Chief investigators can. So regular investigators cannot. Chief investigators can.
Going back to the arbiters real quick. Sorry to jump. This is pertaining to like my question.
Oh.
So the arbiters and the headsmen.
All right.
So the arbiters and the headsmen, right? They operate as a duo, right? When they're investigating. Right.
They usually operate as a retinue.
Okay. So I'm mostly just asking this because I think the ability to just strip magic, even like as a senior like investigator, right? It does feel really strong, and it does like bring up the worry that what if the investigator is like corrupt, right? Or like actually like
You're
what's the
you're
word?
asking about plot points, man. That's
No. I'm asking mostly on on like the what do you call this? Like the checks and balances system. Like when you're like trying to fire a nuke, you have two guys with two keys to basically turn the lever to actually like to shoot the nuke. At least two people needs to agree to shoot the nuke. So I'm mostly asking if there's like a system set in place for like you know
Let me assuage your
night.
worries. Let me assuage your worries.
Okay.
It's not the chief, like our Lord Aerolus Elevere is one of our chief investigators. Let's say she's on a
Yes.
mission with Sir Raynor Brightmore. Let's say they're on a investigation together. Raynor discovers that there's a local necromancer. Like they've uncovered the tracks of a local necromancer, and they've uncovered that they have been desecrating corpses. They've been defiling the dead. However, they've been using them, they've been selling them to the local bandits. Right? So they've resurrected the undead and they sell the undead to the local bandits to basically fill out the numbers. While that is a misuse of the current, the necromancer's biggest sin is desecrating the dead, right? The Raynor on his report goes, I believe that this individual is not worthy of an exceptional sanction and should have their practice of magic and memory of magic removed. And the chief investigator looks at that and goes, I agree. And what they do is they conduct their investigation, and then afterwards they send it while detaining the necromancer. They send that report back to the head of the order, Lord Rowan Amron. Lord Rowan Amron goes, my chief investigator and my investigator believe that this individual should get their magic stripped of them. Reading this report, I agree. I approve the stripping of this individual's magic. Sends it back. The chief investigator goes, we have approval. You'll now be stripped of your magic. Here are your rights, blah, 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 blah. You can no longer cast magic.
Okay.
It's not like the chief investigator can just roll into a place and go, okay, I'm going to start stripping people of their magic now.
Okay, to be fair, when you were mentioning all of the stripping of the magic, my mind went to like, you remember Korra, right? Legend of Korra.
I know exactly
never
what
watched
you're
it.
about to fucking talk about.
Yeah, so in the first season, one of their big bad guys is a guy that can basically strip benders of their bending, like all willy-nilly, like just obviously like put like hand to forehead. It's like you can no longer cast you can no longer bend. So I was worried that it was like the case of that.
from you.
Okay, but what if
Yeah.
but what if I want to make that a plot point? What if there is a chief investigator who's gotten corrupt and is now out here just stripping wizards of power?
No, no,
Yeah,
that's
tell me the
fine.
plot.
I guess.
Tell me the story.
Oh, sorry.
Write the book.
No, sorry. No, I was mostly worried on like if there are like procedures set in place for basically like okay, again, this thing that needs to happen, right? Is it something that just can happen, or is there like steps that they need to undergo before
Yes.
the thing can happen?
We are think again, this is an order faction. So expect them to obey laws and requirements and everything that to the T.
I was gonna suggest one thing, but it does seem like there's already a pretty intensive like method to it, so I might hold off on the suggestion.
Oh,
Say it.
Yeah.
Don't hold back.
Well, it's mostly because I was operating on the duo system, right? Like you have the quote unquote the headsman and the arbiter. So basically, there's the main knight, right? That can perform the spell, right? That has basically has the thing etched on their arms or their weapons that can like suck away someone's memory of spell casting. And then there's this other guy, like the arbiter, that basically unlocks that ability. Like it's the knight's ability to remove spells is locked. It needs to have the approval of the other guy to basically unlock that ability. and the other guy only knows that. The other guy only has the key. They can't, you know, they can't cast the spell themselves. They need the knight basically.
Do not think of these guys as arbiters.
Mhm.
Arbiters operate on an entirely different system. Arbiters can come in and supersede the Arcana Nightaurus. They are the voice and hands of the king, so they can come in and just be like, all right, you want to remove their magic? No, this is a dark friend, a threat to our local Fanghold. Their punishment is execution.
Okay, sorry. I mean, I guess what I was saying is it's one guy has the gun, then the other guy has the bullet, essentially, so that none of them can actually do the thing by themselves. Like, it needs to be like an agreement between the person holding the gun and the person who has the ammunition to fire the gun. Is what I was getting at. Just so that, you know, it's like quote unquote fair. Like no none of them have like what's the term? Like the power to do the thing by themselves. Like they can just not. I don't know. I guess that's the idea. Like one needs the other to actually make use of like something this.
In a
Because this feels
sense,
like magic that's.
in a sense, they kind of do. They need Lord Amron's approval.
That's fair.
But again, I think it'd be a great plot point that there are people, local magisters are losing their power, and people don't know why. And they go, "What the fuck is happening?" Then you find out it's a rogue Nightaurus, like a Night Arcanist, who's out here and is like, you know, I've seen too much, and just starts stripping people of their power.
That's enough. You all lose it.
Nobody's allowed to cast magic ever again.
Oh, what's the matter?
Hey, but he's not they're not killing people, so it's all good.
What's the matter, man? Your wife died? I bet your wife died, huh? It's always the wife.
Siphons your current.
Wow.
So, speaking of the person that got like mind whammied, right, and like all their magic removed, can they still get? Do they still have the like the you know the chance to get magic back, or is that like gone? Like, let's say a wizard, right, removes the ability to cast magic for wizardry, but didn't remove the ability to cast magic through the faith. They find Jesus, they find God, and now they're casting divine magic, you know?
I will send you to Jesus.
Or druid magic, primal magic.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't think they can strip your affinity. That seems too dangerous. I think they just strip your knowledge of magic. So, I think
Back to square one.
yeah, no, I don't even think you're back to square one. I think you're back to square zero. And you might be able to go out there and learn new forms of magic, but even then, those take time. If I stripped your magic of you and you're 40 years old, you're gonna be out there for a long fucking time trying to discover magic again. That's even if you have the inkling to go do that. It's not like I'm taking your knowledge of magic, your want to discover it, your experiences with it, your love of it, all of that stuff. I'm taking anything related to magic. I'm taking it from your fucking brain. So when you're back, you're you know, just without your love of magic, without your knowledge of it. So you go ply a trade, go do something, and you'll live a normal life without, you know, maybe even wanting to even practice magic again. You're just a baker now. And maybe 30 years down the line, somebody goes, "Oh, I love," you know, you're watching some kids draw sigils on the ground, some apprentices drawing sigils, and you go, "Oh, that's neat. Can I do that?" You find out, hey, guess what? You have an affinity to cast magic, but you're 70 years old now.
So crazy.
How old is the merchant that you talked about?
The merchant.
Ethical.
Yeah, the Pathfinder merchant. That
Oh,
became a wizard.
Ezrin's like 60. Like
Oh,
Hello.
perfect, boss.
he's like straight up pure white hair, like wrinkles all over his face. I think he walks with a walking stick, pseudo cane. Like,
I think it'll be real funny if he was a dangerous, witnesser. They remove the magic, and then at the ripe old age of 60 or 58, he's like, you know what? Magic seems kind of cool.
now I
Not
like
knowing
Ezrin.
his past.
I like Ezrin's whole thing because he was a merchant for a majority of his life, and he's like, there has to be something more than this. He's like, I'll try casting magic. I'll try casting magic. And all of the wizards were like, no, you're fucking like 50 years old. I'm not going to teach you magic. You're fucking ancient. You're going to die before you learn how to cast Fireball. And Ezrin's like, fuck you. I'll learn. I'll beat everybody. So when you play
I'll
Ezrin
show you.
as an iconic, he's old, but he's an apprentice, right? He's an apprentice wizard.
What about sorcerers? People who are like, who have current magic in their veins, right? Who has the current, imposed onto their being. Like, yeah, you remove their, their knowledge, but doesn't magic just come innately, like come naturally to a sorcerer? Or would they have to relearn it?
They'd have to relearn it too. Just because you know how to, there's a difference, right? Like, I'm taking away your intuition of how to tap into your primeval current. So again, you could be wholly powerful as a sorcerer because your bloodline is really strong, but you don't know how to tap into it. You're going to just go live a normal life being a source of magic. Now that in and of itself can cause issues, right? I've written in the magic in Atos that demons love big strong sources of magic. So they'll come and they'll try and hunt people down.
About that, right? Is magic say for a sorcerer, right? Do sorcerers build up magic? Like, do they just accumulate magic, or do they, what do you call this? Because the thing you mentioned, right? Like, a sorcerer just has magic. Do they need to expel that magic that they accumulate? Or
I don't know if it's like a pot where like the pot starts overflowing and you kind of have to drain it a little. I think it's more like strengthening your connection.
I was imagining more like a water balloon, right? You fill a water balloon with so much magic or water, right? And you don't like let any water out, so eventually it just pops, and then that's when the demon's like, "Ha! A rip in reality."
Well, rips in reality happen already from overcasting. There are things called star wounds, which are basically just weak like openings in the membrane of the world. And that's where magic is very potent, is at these star wounds. Demons emerge through star wounds. Demons will kind of find that break in the membrane and then push through. Because of that, demons they basically can, as they apparate, when they push through that membrane, they stop being these kind of amorphous beings and take on unique shapes. And they usually try to shape themselves around local connections. So where did I write it? Here we go. The weakest of these beings followed in the wake of the flood, with what later civilizations came to recognize as demons. Shaped by a necessity to survive in the sea of stars, demons are intelligent and adaptive predators who manifest through pockets of the current, which is often in proximity to sentient life. Because of this, demons have learned a unique form of predation, mimicry, emulating intelligent mortal life through speech and empathy. Not because they feel them, because it greatly improves their chances at survival. So what I wrote originally is things like icons are creatures who basically were touched by these star wounds. So the Deep Mother, the Dagonoth Mother, the Red Comet, All of these are creatures who basically were living their normal lives until a tear opened and flooded their body with the current. Things like the Emperor Basilisk are a demon who basically apparated through a star wound and saw that the local ecology, the local predator, was a basilisk and basically transformed itself into a basilisk. So now you have this creature who is a smarter, more cunning version of the local threats. Does that make sense? Let me read chat real quick. See, we have a bunch of messages. Sounds tough magic. Most people use it, but authority and most would either overlook it or right. Yeah. So again, like if you call the night arcanists on the old lady who's casting folk magic, they're going to be kind of annoyed at you.
Okay, I think I will prank call the evil strips you of magic people. Also, edit your memories, because as we all know, enchantment magic is very sound and morally just.
That's right.
I love changing people's personalities for the good of society. It's cool when I do it, but not when the Wizard Kings do it. Then it's cringe. And evil and fucked up.
Doesn't affect people. Magic affects people on different levels. What happens if they're a little too connected to them? So again, if you are somebody like a sorcerer who is deeply attuned, like your current affinity is fucking insane, you might get an exceptional sanction. Unless you're like a fucking murderer. If you're a murderer, if you're out here like, I cast delayed fireball 47 times in the orphanage, because I thought it'd be funny.
I mean, it is kind of funny.
The Night Arcanists are just gonna fucking take your head because you're a threat. You are a threat to society and order.
At orphanages.
Wait, but that guy has like so much potential. That's like firepower.
It's a lot of. You're right. It's a lot of potential, which is a moral conundrum for the Night Arcanist. Is that this guy could probably be rehabilitated, but he also killed a lot of kids, so it's probably safer that he just die.
Hey, Crown, have you seen season 2 of Interview with a Vampire?
Didn't we watch that together when you were here?
No, we watched season 1.
Oh,
I think we watched season 2. Season 2 was last year. It's been a while. I've gotten fatter. Yeah.
Where am I?
It's been 2 years, Crown. No, season 2 was when what was his name? Started with an A. Armand. Do you know who Armand is?
No.
Then you have not seen season 2. You should go watch season 2. It's great.
Any particular reasons?
Well, you were talking about editing people's memories.
Oh.
I smile. I don't want to spoil it, but you know, vampires are funny creatures. It's also, you know, toxic yaoi.
Yes, it is in fact toxic yaoi.
Season 3's out now. It's about Lestat. They made him a cheesy rock, like a rock man.
Okay. Oh yeah, Boss Man. I remember Joe what do you call this? Suggesting brush buddies. You gonna put brush buddies in?
Yeah,
will the
They're
Star
just ferrets.
Dreamer, Rin Star Dreamer, would she have a brush buddy?
I was considering it.
I'm just gonna take the flesh from, or the bones from them, though. You're gonna have undead brush buddies.
What?
Just the bones. Leave the flesh. Right, guys?
Why not just the fur and no, just the fur that's goop inside? No bones, no flesh.
It is just a tube
Just
of meat.
A sausage roll. A sausage casing.
Oh, Sig.
Yeah.
It's a ferret. I mean, I agree. It is a ferret.
Are you just making brush buddies a native inhabitants of Atis?
I don't know yet.
Or you're gonna make them like some
I don't even know what the
funky
purpose. I don't even know what the fucking purpose of the brush buddy is. Like,
your buddy, you know?
he's just a little chud. Like that's his whole thing in Witch Hat. Is just he's just a little
He's
chud.
just a little guy. He's just a little
Yeah,
guy.
and he's eating. Then there's like a giant brush buddy, right?
But that was
It's
an
not a giant brush
illusion.
buddy. Oh, I thought that was a real thing.
Or
That was an illusion by one of the witches.
Oof.
I have not watched nor read Witch Hat. I only see the clips and what Oya has told me about it.
Toby, thank you very much for 55 months. Guten Morgen. Our Cryptid, thank you very much for 2 months. I'm having a good weekend now. I smile at the camera.
Smile. Oh, hey, boss man.
Yeah?
Can I have the roll now? Baby DM, can I have it? I ran my game. I ran my game the other day.
Oh. Yeah,
Give me-
I have to strip it of its admin perms, but yeah.
Hell yeah. Finally. I'm amongst an elite group of people. Literally, we run the world. We literally run the world.
Does Miss Moth have baby DM role as well? They ran.
I just told you I have to
VTM
strip
game,
it of its perms before I start handing it out to people.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's a very, very, very good move of you. Because the moment I find out it has powers, I'm gonna abuse them.
It's more than just a title. It carries weight.
Look, look, man. If anything, I'm honest. The moment you give me power, I'm going to abuse it. Oh my god. I'm free balling. Son of a bitch.
So, boss man.
Hmm.
Aside from all the magic biz, anything else you've been cooking up in the kitchen?
Such as?
Trying to think. Oh, because we're trying to remember, trying to think of what's relevant to the games happening right now.
I mean, I defined a little bit more about. Sorry, I'm starting like a fucking horror in church. Give me a second.
Oh,
I did define a little bit more about like the Pyre Fury, but that was like little bits and pieces, nothing too insane.
would you say? So resurrection, right? Like fate, resurrection, all that. How the would you say you've written something up for how it interacts with people of different faiths? Because that's something that what do you call this? Ivory mentioned, right? And what Raffin was like wondering about.
Oh, no, I haven't written anything about that. That was more of an improv thing.
Mhm.
That was a moment where I was like, I don't think kobolds practice resurrection, nor do I think they know about it. So I was like, how would
Yeah,
Rathan
what's going
react
on?
to the idea that they're like, yeah, we can bring him back? And my immediate mind was like, Rathan would be like, yeah, bringing the Elder back is cool, but can you bring back a dragon? Like, you saying you can bring back anything? Can you bring back our patron?
Yeah, we're adventurers, definitely. 100% gives a thumbs up.
I guess that's the question, right? Would do all souls go to the Raven Queen, like the Somber Lady, regardless of like?
If the Somber Lady was
Practice?
asked to resurrect the spirit of a dragon in Crown's Games, I'd have 2 quarters. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
Well, like Sizzle's saying, I have set a precedent in the past, but that was also before I really defined a lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
that was old war.
I don't know. I don't really. I that is on my write up or things to write up is death is what happens when you die.
Death.
Like,
Where do you go?
like I reckon the mortal races go to the Somber Lady, but with dragons, would Bahamut be like, hey man, yeah, you're cool. You can like watch over the souls of
Bahamut
dragons
does
as
not
well.
have purview over souls. He
Oh, I
has
was
no
imagining
domains
more
of
like-
death.
Oh, that's funny. That's fun. The dragon god has no claim over dragon souls.
If we're being real about this, neither does the Mother of Elves.
Hmm.
The one with ultimate authority on death is Saren. She's the one whom, ferries souls. She's the one responsible for you in the afterlife. I just haven't defined what the afterlife is.
So yeah, she has domain over all souls except for the axiom, except for the Circmere. They go straight to the axiom. They go to the eternal lobby in the sky.
Yeah, basically. And that's because the
They're real
Axios
fun.
operates kind of outside of, like, the Axios is a thing that even the Allfather feared. It is this unknowable entity of mechanical power. Like, it captured an Aranar soul, and it's like, he's like, how the fuck could it do that?
Yes, you could just see Saren floating above them all, looking at the hundreds of thousands of Circmere dwarf souls just lobbying in like a little area, and then they look up, they see the goddess of death, but they have no claim over them, so they're just like milling about still.
Now, I need to define what the afterlife looks like, and if she has that purview or not. If she's the one who, like, brings them to the afterlife and goes, "Hey, you go through that door, by the way." There's a giant demon bouncer waiting for you, and he's gonna guide you through that door. So,
I still think it'll be funny if are there still Valkyries? Because the Night Maidens are like they evolved or devolved from Valkyries, right? Does Saren still have her like Valkyries to bring like souls?
I don't know.
Or does she personally go? Because it'll be really funny. Like Valkyrie goes down, swoops in. Oh, there's a dead dwarf there. They zoom in a little closer. Like, oh, the demon bouncer appears. Like, hey. I'll take care of this. Go on now.
I'll add that to my. Well, I mean, it's already on my list of write ups. So, whenever I feel inspired to write up death, that'll be there.
I'm on. Huh. The thing with the coins is still a thing, right? The funeral coins.
Yeah.
like
I literally mentioned
they
it
need that
in
for
the
their
episode.
afterlife. Yeah, I think that's why it occurred to me right now. So I- so let's say they take the funerary coins and they die, does that mean that's when they got swooped up by by Saren, by the somber lady? Yep, free reign. Sorry, man, can't go.
Listen, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I'm writing for a cult right now. I'm not writing about death.
I'm sorry. Okay. Cold time.
I don't
Sorry,
know
just
why.
tickled.
I don't know why, but you saying that, I'm just imagining you just like kicking your little feet with a like, little blessing. I'm just really into the setting. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I love Legion's very, very clear dedication to the setting.
This cult is the witnesses, right? Or is this a different cult? Sorry, I
No,
can't
this
look
is-
at stream.
This is the witnesses. I'm writing up their
Okay,
founding
okay.
right now.
Fine, finally remembered. Can witnesses be sanctioned? Can they be like, okay, I've learned enough,
Yeah.
and I think
Two of the known
And-
members are sanctioned wizards or sanctioned magi.
okay. Can a sanctioned wizard join the cult of witnesses?
Yeah. Again, it's
Okay.
it's an ideal.
Okay. Ideal.
Yeah, it's
Ideology.
ideological. And it doesn't have like a rank. It doesn't have like a hierarchy or structure. There are those that they know are like the strongest amongst them. These are people who are like uncovering relics and artifacts of the past and rediscovering ancient magics. But you have some like Rin. Rin Stardreamer is a magister of Astari. She's a sanctioned witch. She is a witness. She believes that you don't need to go to the Collegium at Valandor to practice magic. That anybody should be allowed to practice magic. So she's very, very, very lenient in the town, where she'll sponsor people in the town regardless if they're sanctioned or not.
I guess I wasn't necessarily asking on like the structure of it or like the hierarchy. I was mostly wondering on like, say, it's like, what do you call this? Finding out that the cop that joined you used to be like, a criminal, or like a criminal finding out that the fellow criminal beside you used to be an undercover cop, and they just like flip their sides. Like, would they basically be like, would regular witnesses who were never sanctioned look warily towards sanctioned, like those who went like legit? Would they feel like, ooh, your beliefs is like being corroded right now, or like you're bending some of our beliefs? Like, now do you think something should be expelled, etc.?
What do you mean by bending our beliefs?
I guess it's more like because at least from what I understood, because the witnesses, right? That's the belief or like the ideology of all magic should be free for everyone, right? Like that's what I understood.
Most witnesses do not advocate reckless spellcasting, nor do they celebrate destruction
Okay.
for its own sake. Rather, they believe that no discovery should be erased simply because it's frightening. A spell that sunders mountains should be understood before it's condemned. A ritual capable of speaking with entities within the Sea of Stars should be studied before it's forgotten. Even the darkest workings of necromancy and blood magic contain truths about the primeval current that cannot be learned elsewhere. To destroy such knowledge is, in their eyes, an act of intellectual cowardice. This philosophy, however, has placed them in direct opposition to nearly every institution in Adis. They argue that every spell condemned, every ritual buried beneath stone, and every relic locked away behind Collegium vaults represents a question that humanity has chosen to never answer. Such acts do not make the world safer. They simply ensure that future generations will face the same dangers, armed with less understanding than those who came before. No knowledge is evil, only ignorance of its consequences is. So it doesn't matter if you're a practitioner or sanctioned or not. What matters is that you view knowledge not as frightening, but as something to be learned and studied. Just because you went to college doesn't mean you're in opposition to the witness. It just means that you're a little safer to practice your beliefs than some of the others.
Okay, maybe I have some thoughts misconstrued then, because I was under the belief like, okay, witnesses are more free. Again, it's the whole do not basically, condemn magic, etc. just because you think it's scary or bad, right? And all that. Because I was thinking like the collegium, or like I guess the knights in specific. Again, the law, right? It's like, hey, this thing, you're not sanctioned, you're a criminal, etc. Right? And they basically like, yeah, we're gonna remove this now. I was just thinking like if a witness who wasn't sanctioned became sanctioned, start expositing like, okay, maybe some magics shouldn't be learned.
Yeah,
Like-
at that point, then yeah, you're not a witness, right? You have if you're like some magic shouldn't be learned, then yeah, that's antithetical to the idea of the witnesses.
Because the witnesses, right? That's not all. I guess I was wondering if that's all of their shtick, because they're also under the belief that everybody should be able to practice magic, right? Or have access to it, so long as it's
I don't know if they believe that everybody. I believe that was my initial write-up. Was that that everybody should be able to practice magic? I think they're more like you shouldn't be afraid of magic. But there are probably some within who are like, yeah, everybody should. Because this isn't they don't have like a fucking uniform. They're not like a structured group. It is simply an ideology. So there are some who operate differently, entirely differently than their brothers and sisters, right? You have some who toil in secret, who don't share their knowledge. They practice that forbidden magic because they believe that there should be somebody practicing it. And, maybe they'll share their magic with their peers, like the others who are on their level. And maybe that'll trickle down. But you also have like Rin. Rin doesn't want to go chase forbidden magic. She just believes that everybody should be able to cast magic. But Lord Urhand Pyrethorn, maybe he's like, no, I don't think everybody. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Everybody shouldn't be able to cast magic. But the people who can, they shouldn't be afraid to cast the magics that are out there.
I guess I'll just use Rin. I'm not sure like if this is her main shtick, right? Again, I'm just using her as an example because you mentioned that she's someone who's like who advocates for everyone to be allowed the chance to learn and cast magic, right? But if she started like going like, okay, everybody can learn and practice magic, you just can't do like disintegrate magic or like the more heavier tier like damaging magic.
Again, that's antithetical to the group, right? That's a ritual capable of speaking with entities within the Sea of Stars should be studied before it's forgotten.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was
telling somebody, no, you shouldn't cast disintegrate because it's bad. You're literally playing into the Collegium.
I guess that's the thing, because would you say there are witnesses that believe that still like I'm a witness because I believe this, but in this particular thing, because I am aware of because they have learned it, right? They have studied it, so they know of this thing, and they know that this thing is bad, so they're like urging them to not do the thing. Would that then excommunicate them? Again, it's just an ideology. It's not like structured, but like, would that be like cause for like, hey, you're not a witness, man, even though they still claim that they are?
Yeah, probably.
I guess that's what. Okay.
Yeah, because again, just because you think it's bad, there are so many other people out there who maybe can find other practical uses for this spell. Maybe they can uncover things about it that you were too scared to delve into. So just because you found a limit doesn't mean you should place that limit on others. Like, yeah, we know disintegrate and fireball are bad if you cast it on a person. Even a child knows that. But there might be other practical uses that we can uncover through study. Don't be scared because the spell has the capability of destroying somebody. Every spell has the capability of harming somebody. Look beyond your fear.
I guess that's the thing. Like, even in the witness, is there like a sort of like radical, and then there's like the more, I guess, what do you call the word? Moderate. They're moderate on like certain stuff. Like, are there degrees to them as well? That even even witnesses don't get along with other witnesses at times. It's not. It's like it's not like a monolith wherein they can all be branded under one umbrella, essentially.
I wonder if it wouldn't just be easier to make it an actual structured group.
Because I do like the whole aspect. It offers a lot of like plot points, right? You encounter a witness that's just a guy that likes everybody to know magic, because again they see like some whimsy, some sort of like something fantastical on the ability for everyone, or for everyone to learn that ability. And then you have another witness who's like, yeah, let's give that kid like level 8 disintegrate just to see the heck of it.
Yeah, I would say
more
that
chaotic elements.
I would say that would see that already. That was something that I posited to Sizzle in the beginning, was the idea of, most do not advocate reckless spellcasting or celebrate destruction for its own sake, but there are probably some that do. There are probably those that go to small hamlets and villages and, teach children magic, teach children forbidden magic, teach it to the elderly, teach it to anybody to see, oh, you have a very weak affinity to the current. Let's see what happens when you cast disintegrate.
Yeah, it's like experimentation, right? Because they can't, if they're already a proficient spellcaster, they wouldn't know like the full picture. They won't see like a newbie casting it.
Yeah, and that can result in death, and that can result in the loss of life and everything like that. But as a result to that witness, they're like, that is furthering knowledge. We now know what happens.
Yeah.
Are they the type of motherfuckers that'll be like, hey man, what happens if we take like a handful of dirt and glass and put it in your leg and see what happens?
More like spells. More like, what happens if I cast plant growth on your leg?
I see.
My type of people. Hell yeah.
You don't want to be that type of people.
What happens if we divvy up a soul and then spread it around? We chop up a soul to multiple parts.
You don't want to be like,
and we
those
feed
type
it
of people.
individual people as well.
You don't want to be those type of people.
Yeah, that you're getting into like the liches that are witnesses, right? You're getting into the liches who have delved deep into necromancy and are like, I want to understand more. But I want to understand what makes up a soul. I want to understand what makes up a person. Can you live without a soul? What happens if you're born without a soul? Can I facilitate a person being born without a soul?
Okay, so obviously that's a bad character, but what if they decide to like, hey, okay, I've learned enough. I think I've gotten a pretty good grasp on my specific field. I'm gonna go to the collegium and get my sanction now, so I can at least inform people on this matter. Like, what not to do, what to do. Like, this is the extent of your capabilities. What if they're doing it for a quote-unquote good reason?
No. No, if you're a rogue necromancer out there who's fucking practicing on people, torturing souls, what have you, and then you go, I would like to become a sanctioned practitioner now. They go, abso-fucking-lutely not.
But it's like that thing, right? Like, it's like what the witnesses said, like, they learned everything they could learn on this specific subject, and now they are willing to like have it cataloged so that for like future people can know what to do if this thing comes to pass, or like if this niche
No.
scenario
So
happens.
in an example, the witnesses in so far have discovered several unique abjuration spells that were lost, and they've shared it amongst each other and with other practitioners, which has eventually made its way back to the Collegium. The Collegium, seeing that several of their sanctioned spellcasters now are have discovered this spell, have basically added it to their curriculum. But that wasn't the witness coming to the Collegium and being like, "Hey, here's the spell." They spread it. They gave it to people, so that way, it couldn't be silenced, so to speak. So in that case, the fucked up evil necromancer who's been, creating children without souls goes, "Hey, this is what happens when you do this, by the way," and he shares it with his peers, who then share it with others, who then share it with others.
That's bad. That's why you just, it's like what do you call this? I'm trying to think in Warhammer terms, like the radical inquisitors, right? That do all the bad stuff. Just so further down the line, the other like people would be aware not to do this bad stuff. Like this is to the extent that you can go before you go full chaos, essentially.
No, the again, there's still a hesitancy, is still a wariness around high level spell casting. So because everybody is still wary of like another Wizard King scenario, the Collegium in and of itself does not allow practice to like that degree, right? There's no radical inquisitors in the Collegium who are stress testing magic, right? Like they know what they know and they're studying.
No, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like, obviously, those in the Collegium wouldn't do that. They're too bound by laws. What I'm saying is it's a witness who's derangedly altruistic to the point that they're doing something bad so that, they would be well equipped to handle this sort of scenario later on if some other rogue element does it. Offers the information to the Collegium, like later down the once they've accomplished their goal, right?
You're again offering it straight up to the Collegium is a surefire way to get your fucking head taken off. The witnesses don't just go, "I've discovered a spell," and then walk up to the Collegium door. "Hey, let me in. I have a spell I want to share with you." It's, I share it. I share it with my peers, and they share it with their peers, and they share it down the line until the magisters in the local cities and counties are learning it. And they hear of it, and they discover it, and then they take it back to the Collegium. So there's like 19 different gates, basically, that they'd have to go through to try and find the source of this information. Like, yeah, the Magister learned this spell, but they didn't. It's not like the Necromancer came to the Magister. The Magister learned it from an adventurer, and the adventurer learned it from finding a grimoire that was the notes of this Necromancer. And they found it because it was on the hands of a fledgling Necromancer who got it from somebody else,
So you're saying that you're saying none of them would be like, "Hey, you know what? I'm doing this for the betterment of of society, of humanity, of civilization."
No, you misunderstand me. What I'm saying is that they wouldn't go straight to the Collegium with the answers to better society. They'd give it to society.
I guess.
Imagine you spent 40 years studying necromancy. You did a bunch of heinous shit.
About 40. Oh.
And you've learned all this stuff. And you go to the Collegium and you're like, "Hey guys, here are my studies on necromancy."
No.
You get fucking grabbed. And your mind gets wiped. If not killed. If you don't get absolutely fucking executed for being a rogue necromancer. And then they lock your studies in the vaults. Nobody gets to touch them.
Okay.
Okay, but if it's in a vault, that means somebody gets to touch them. They
Somebody
didn't
had to put them in
destroy
the vault,
them. Yeah, they didn't destroy them. They just locked them away. Interesting.
Now, that's the caveat. That's the reason that the Order of the Hand
Curious.
and the Collegium don't get along. The Order of the Hand is like, destroy that shit. The Order of the Hand is like, oh, you uncovered ancient necromancy? That's so cool, dude. Fucking lops your head off, burns your study to the ground, absolutely destroys literally everything you had been working on for the last 40 years, leaves nothing behind. The Collegium's like, this is illegal, this is bad, seal it away.
No one should ever touch this. Puts it in their personal stash. I'll just keep this here for safekeeping. So you're telling me there's a big vault of forbidden magic somewhere in the Collegium? Curious. Guarded by the most powerful sorcerer that we know in our time? I wonder how they got so powerful. That's crazy. Very interesting. Guys, I'm starting to wonder if we're the good guys. I wonder if maybe... Guys, are we the good people in this setting?
Good is a...
Mm-hmm.
Good is a
You're about to hit
spectrum.
me. You're about to hit me with no, but with extra steps.
Good is a spectrum.
That's what evil people say. That's what my courtier says
No.
in Guild Wars 2 before they lop off your feet and feed you to like undead rats because it's funny. They're like,
No,
"Well,
he's right.
you know,
It is a
good is
spectrum.
relative.
It is a
Good is-
spectrum. It isn't
good
black
is
and white.
relative. Yeah, it's just weird that it's always the bad. It's the bad people that always bring up the spectrum.
That's not even true. To bring up the old system, there is lawful good and there is chaotic good. They're both good in different ways.
Yeah, but this.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Like chaotic. We're not talking this ain't chaotic good. This is stashing other people's secrets in your big ass vault of secrets and power.
Okay,
And
I
they're
mean,
claiming
yeah,
it's for the
it
good of
depends on your
society.
perspective. Good is not black and white. As much as we want it to be, it's not.
My
It's all a matter of
is that
perspective.
they're hoarding evil magic.
For
Big
perspective,
ass vaults.
All right, they're hoarding evil magic. Okay, so now let's
what's up?
say in this scenario, they're hoarding evil magic.
Okay, this scenario that's real. Okay.
Okay, can you gonna keep throwing out one-liners, or are you gonna shut up?
Yeah. No.
Okay, cool. All right. So let's say in this scenario, oh, they're hoarding evil magic. Man, there's this guy out there. He's doing all this fucked up evil shit with this magic. Hey, in our vault, we do have some knowledge of this that maybe we can use that knowledge to help combat this in some way. To understand
Now-
it, to combat it.
Did they need that magic to beat up the first guy?
Maybe.
Well, if
Maybe
they
not.
did, they wouldn't. You know.
Maybe the okay.
Seems
So maybe the
repetitive.
second guy.
Okay.
it's
At some
similar,
point
but
in this
it's-
situation, there's at some point there's a first guy.
Yeah, there is a first guy. Yeah, we beat the
Yeah.
first guy. We
Yeah.
beat the first guy. We barely did.
Okay.
Then second guy comes along. Man, this guy is
Okay.
Let's say he learns from the mistakes of the last guy. What can we learn from the last guy and what they study that maybe can give us an advantage? Something that we may not have exploited before that we could exploit now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's what they say.
I mean,
I'm
yeah.
sure 100% that's their argument.
I mean, yeah. That it's just a matter of perspective.
You know, it's just
You
convenient
could,
that it
you could
leaves
argue
them
that
with all the-
using it in and itself is evil because it's fucking fuck.
God damn it, y'all are
Dude, I'm
gonna
just-
fucking make me rewrite the witnesses.
What's up? What's up? What's
We're
up?
discussing your
God
setting,
damn it,
dog.
man. Every time I'm like,
What?
I have a good idea. It gets riddled with holes, and I go, never mind. It was not a good idea,
What do you?
actually.
What?
No,
we didn't even riddle it with holes. What did we do this
What
time?
do you mean riddling it with holes? We're discussing. We're not. What do you mean? I'd like to think
Wait.
I'm giving a fairly good argument why they would hoard it. If
I'm
that's
talking
the reason
about-
they hoard it.
Wait, I thought we were talking about the Collegium. Aren't they the ones storing all the magic? Why are we? What happened? What's wrong with the witnesses?
yeah.
maybe I do need to give it a structure.
I'm confused.
No.
Wait.
I'm
We were
confused.
talking
Well,
about the Collegium's vault of evil shit that they are keeping safe from the public. What does the witnesses have to do with that?
Or maybe I have to step back, and I need to shrink the scale.
The homeboy is just talking to himself right now.
I think
He's just talking to himself.
Bro's pondering right now in his orb.
The orb stares to the mirror. What must I?
We're trying to overhear like what's the problem? He's just like,
What's the problem? Maybe.
Maybe they should be blue. And we're like, no, what? No, seriously, what did we say? He's like, bigger hats.
What happened?
What's looking?
Yeah,
around?
I'm trying to figure that out myself, dog.
I thought we were at. I was so game on the witnesses. What is the structure there now?
What the fuck?
I just thought we were having a conversation. I thought it was
I mean,
going
cult-
well. I thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, for the witnesses, a cult suggests there is some structure, but not like centralized structure. You know. I assumed it was kind of like, fucking Hydra from Marvel. There's like a million different sects. Like I don't know if the Court of the Iron King would be one of these idiots.
No, the Court of the Iron King. The Iron Court belonged to the Heralds of the Eclipse.
Oh, my boys. I dab them up because they're blue.
They got their own evil shit going on.
What's up?
Did you see the new releases in the Warhammer space?
No,
You like Eldar, right?
I do like Eldar.
They finally revealed the
Yeah.
Exodites.
Oh my goodness.
They revealed the Exodites for Kill Team.
Oh, okay.
There's only 3 models.
How many Space Marines did they reveal?
Actually, none.
I've seen
They
more
revealed the orcs, and they revealed the
Mm.
custodies. The orcs was the main thing.
The
for-
Custodies. Yep, there it is.
My man's getting mad that the custodians are in 40k.
No, I'm just mad that no matter anytime the Eldar are given anything, they have to give one of the more popular factions something else to make up for it, like a little attention cake. I'm shocked that it wasn't Space Marines, but Custodies are pretty close.
Well, to be fair, the custodies was mostly for Horus Heresy, and that's like Space Marine Central. 40k. For 40k, it's the orcs and the Exodites. The Exodites are also fighting like orcs instead of like other humans.
It's all 40k to me.
I mean, it is all 40.
Then
So that's fair.
Then in Age of Sigmar, they released new ogres that I would like
Sigmar.
to submit to crowned for the giants.
Here it
I
is.
already have designs for the giants.
Oh, okay.
Go home.
And you're asking 40k stuff. So
No, not 40k. Age of Sigmar.
Age of
Age
Sigmar
of-
might as well be 40k.
It is not.
Mm,
Yeah.
I look at these
okay.
guys. These do not look like 40k. Here, let me show you a picture of the
really
new
depends.
ogres that they released.
It really depends on the race you're looking at. Chaos, it's really hard to tell sometimes.
Wait, here you go. You're the new ogres, the ogre maw tribes. I think these would be perfect villains. Sending. Dang, it's taking a while. I'm sorry. There you go.
Brexit Geezer.
Jesus.
Oh, you're not a fan?
I haven't really even defined what ogres are, so
Big lads. Big, huge lads.
no, it's more than that.
But what do you think of these fellas, though?
What about these?
They're ugly as fuck, so I assume that's on purpose.
Correct.
Yes.
Ogre's big thing is that they're cannibals and they eat. They eat a lot. They have
Yep.
an unquenching hunger from their patron, the Maw. And the
The Maw
fatter
is just
you
like a
are,
giant
generally the more powerful you are, or at least higher up on the ranking you are, because it shows that you got lots of food.
Yes, you ate a lot. They worship this giant pit in the ground that looks like a mouth because a comet fell from the sky onto it.
So because there's a hole in the ground, they eat each other?
Not just
Look.
a hole.
When you put it like that, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, no, they're not doing it any justice whatsoever. It's a hole in the ground. It's not a fucking.
guys,
it's literally a gaping maw full of
Guys,
fucking
it's-
demon fucking evil.
It's Warhammer, guys.
I
It
just
gets a little
God,
silly
I
I
sometimes.
condensed it down. I
You
condensed it down.
You condense it down in the worst way possible, dog. That's like saying, man, Sigmar was just some guy who swung a hammer around. That's basically
I mean,
how
he
you
was.
To be
fucking.
fair,
I mean,
He
it
kinda
kind of
is.
was.
Yeah, but
When you
like,
put it
there's
like
more
that,
to
yeah.
Sigmar than just swinging around a fucking hammer, dude.
Yeah, but it was big enough that his name's based off of it. Look, you're right. He's not as cool as my goat, Harold Hammerson.
Mm.
The mighty corn
I like the
Lord.
Chaos Dwarves.
who hammered across
And
war.
okay, to give Rozzy credit, that is not the main thing. The main thing is some Chinese guys, which I guess that is what cafe was.
Quick Cathay,
Shot
yeah.
down like, yeah, this is back in old world. I think one of the recent things that they mentioned. Cafe shot down like from the sky, like a giant congregation of like ogres back then. It shot in like the middle. It consumed a lot of their people, and like those that survived saw it as like, oh, it's a god. It basically ate up a good chunk of our population, and it left a giant crater in the ground, and so they're like, oh, that's our god now.
As you do.
Wow. The fucked up evil fucking gnashing maw of fucking teeth crater. Because the chaos. Because it's fucked up and evil.
Big evil hole.
Oh yeah, boss. Sorry, I wasn't able to see. Thoughts on the potato? The mushroom, not the potato.
I thought the mushroom looked great. He's a little lad.
Hey.
Vegetable.
Little feller.
I said superb. What a little guy.
Thank you. I shall make the big guy next. Do you want giant fists or do you want them to have weapons?
They punch.
Okay, giant fists. Understood. Oh yeah, I guess just for me to write down for future stuff as well. Do you need art of the Leshy's druid, or is that gonna be like not yet shown here in this adventure path?
That she mentioned.
No, I think their druid
That's what I
would
got
show
the
up.
Leshy for you.
Yeah, I guess we could draw their druid.
Should we ask Lux on what they think their druid looks like, or do we just come up with it ourselves?
I think we come up with it ourselves. Just make them a pretty woman. That seems to strike Lux in their heart directly.
Oh, I see.
What do you want from me,
What
man?
was it?
What do you want from me?
What if it was like a?
Oh, grandma, a
Yeah.
grandma.
No, they like pretty women. I don't know what you want from me.
Sorry, dog.
They specifically requested.
Oh,
I look over at the oracle. I look back.
I'm not making the oracle their fucking druid.
Why not?
Because I said so.
crazy if true.
They've been around here for a while.
Crown wants to keep the oracle in his back pocket just in case.
What if it was Eridan's sister?
Your dead sister?
Yeah, make it tragic.
Oh.
I mean,
Oh.
it would explain why the Spud's alone.
Well, they're hunting for their druid. Their druid's gone missing.
Oh,
So I mean, it
Oh.
could still work out where. Oh, you know what? I could put Eridan in the hole, and Eridan reveals,
huh?
yeah, Dark Friend killed my sister, your druid, and we
Oh.
can hunt together.
Holy!
I put Eridan in the hole.
Why am the evil hole?
I put you in the prison cell.
Why am I in the evil hole?
You got captured. I don't know what to tell you.
They saw me in the.
They saw you at the beginning. They saw you at the beginning of
That's
the episode.
correct. I got
Episode 1.
kidnapped at that.
Yeah, they saw you in episode 1. It's been several
You're
days.
not gonna believe it.
Yeah,
Holy.
they sidetracked. Some Eridan suddenly went in the hole.
How did you get in here?
You got captured
Yes,
by the
who's
dwarves.
mine?
What do you mean?
From where?
Same
haven't
place
reached
Rin
the
got
surface
captured?
yet, have they?
They no, there are different entrances.
Oh, okay.
I mean, fuck it, sure. Why not?
Does that mean I need to do a new Eridan NPC art?
Why? Eridan still looks great.
True.
What was that
Nah,
about?
nah, let's make it an actual druid.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Yanking
What do you
Sizzle
mean,
by the tail end.
actual druid?
Damn.
What I mean is not Eridan, because
Watch your
Eridan
tone.
has his own story going
Gotta
on.
watch your.
And if we play CIC again, you know, I don't want to
Eridan
tie
has-
the stories together.
Eridan has their own Leshy,
That's right.
their own little fella.
And what a leshy she is,
She's not yet
dude!
dead.
I can't
He's
wait.
not
I
yet
can't wait. The potatoes, like, look at me, I'm a leshy, and then fucking Sai shows up and she's like, wait a minute.
Sai wouldn't become a Leshy. They'd become a Killendeer, which is basically an operative of Yggdrasil.
You're still a little guy. You're still a little guy. Sai's still a little
Yeah, you're
guy
still
on the shoulder.
Sai right now is still Leshy, but the moment that they take Eridan's blood, they become a Killendeer.
I see. I say leshy because that's the like common ancestry.
Gorin is what you're looking for
Oh, I see.
in terms of PF2E.
I just, it'd be very funny for Lux to be like, we could look like that this whole time.
Yeah, if you drink mortal blood.
Dude, watching this Spud grow into a woman would be wild.
They'd have to
Sicko.
drink their druid's blood, though. They can't just be any humans.
Now that I finally
to be
got you.
I can finally
plot
reach
twist.
my true form.
Proceeds
Take
to
away
quit the
from me, it's a
druid.
murderer. Oh, me hungry.
That's the reason why the druid has abandoned Irking Toph, because Toph has developed a craving.
Toph just
They want to
ends up
complete the-
one-shotting the druid.
They want to complete the job. That's why Toph looks more humanoid than Sai right now.
Why Toph
They
is a
already took
killer.
a nibble.
That's why Toph kills. Anything that they meet, they kill.
Yes.
It's in their nature.
Toph craves the final slash that will make him a true boy.
I just feel this urge in my little spudsy heart to kill,
A bar.
to end
A
life,
real boar. Papa.
to consume. I'm sure Lux would appreciate that. They'd be thrilled.
Evil.
While there is no prevailing center of operation for the witnesses, it isn't uncommon for counties and fangholds to house entire sects of the cult who regularly communicate, practice, and discover ancient magics together. Possessing a loose structure of authority, many witnesses defer to those of their order who've discovered great secrets or uncovered powerful relics. These are known as seers. Ideologically, many witnesses may differ in their approaches to magic, but the overarching idea that no spell should be feared is what unites them. Even powerful rituals, with an unknown ending, are studied by witnesses with the intent of invoking them simply to see what may arrive from it.
So fucked.
There, does that give it a little bit more rigidness? I don't want to. I want a yes or no.
What? Huh?
Does
You're
it
asking
give
a
it rigidness? Does it make sense? Is it
That's
believable?
the first time. Stop yelling at me.
I mean, it's believable.
When you say Fangholds and counties house, does this mean? Does that mean they?
To unknowingly
ah,
house entire sects of the cult.
house sounds
I
like
mean,
welcome in,
I
friend.
think you
Welcome
misread
in. Mm.
It's been there the whole time.
He's got the episode 20 of World CTF. Alex just
I like
suplexed a goat and insulted a priestess in her own chapel. Yep. That's how it
Yeah, that
works.
does happen. What a lad. Hey, you're not actually he's a chud. Hey, hold on, I was reading that. Piece of shit.
Reading what? Well, the
Shut
structure?
up. Yeah, fucking reading the thing you yelled at before. Jesus. Okay, so Sears is literally anyone who shows up is like, look what I can do. And they're like, damn, that's Aura. We follow you now.
They'll it's less of like we'll follow you and more like we defer to your wisdom.
I see. Very good. Upvote, upvote. Have some gold, my king.
Thanks for the gold, guide stranger. As they fucking blow their shit smooth up.
That's exactly what I was thinking. My lady. Thanks for the gold.
Spellmug's so fucking funny.
He's so good.
You can really tell when he's made like an animation that has targeted him personally.
Yeah.
So like, for example, the idea in my mind is that, let's say a local magister has uncovered something in like ruins below the town. He might contact some of his homies. It's like, hey guys, let's come investigate this. So some witnesses trickle in. Various types of spellcasters, all with different levels of understanding, but everybody is here united to find out what this thing does. they travel down to the ruins. They uncover a ritual circle, and they go, "Oh, it's a ritual spell. All right, let's set up camp. Let's start investigating it." Everybody works together, kind of like a archaeological team.
Yeah. Yeah, whenever you need like a group of people to uncover something that they shouldn't have and for it to go horribly wrong, these guys can fill in that role.
Yeah, basically.
To a T.
The
party rolls up and it's a bloodbath and they go, "What happened?" And the one witness still is like, "Oh, we should never have opened up the evil thing of evil." And they're like, "Why'd you do that?" And he's like, dies.
That was like an idea of like they open the ritual, they think it's gonna do something, like they've read the runes, and it does something. It just does.
It does
something very different from what they expected, or adjacent to what they expected. That maybe they read a rune wrong, or maybe the sigil was a particular line in the sigil was fucked up. So instead of opening a teleportation nexus, it's a teleportation nexus to the Sea of Stars, and a fucking monster.
Yeah, I'm
comes out.
noticing. I'm liking their ideas that magic belongs to the people, but they also kind of feel like it feels like they're being set up to be the ultimate tools for whoever wants someone else to fucked up mess around with cursed objects. Like, I could not only see a demon doing this, I could see Maltoris setting up a group of witnesses who think they're summoning some shit, and then a devil shows up and he goes, "Thanks, champ." Anyway, gives them a shovel. "Start digging. You work for Maltoris now."
Is it, are we losing believability?
No. No, I don't think we are.
Okay.
I think it doesn't. I think I can believe it because it's, I think, what naturally occurs both in sort of the human nature and also because we're talking about like the kind of people who become mages are obviously going to be the kinds who want to uncover the secrets by their nature. They're curious individuals, curious enough to unravel the secrets of the world. So the minute that somebody tells them "nuh-uh," right? I mean, the obvious inclination is I'm going to go "yaha." Like, it's just natural that there's going to be sects of wizards who are like, this fucking people telling me what I can and can't fucking cast is a bunch of bullshizer. For many different reasons. Between, I want to be able to blow up orphanages because I think it's funny too. I actually want to spread magic to the people because I believe that empowering the common man is how humanity progresses as a society.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, I definitely think that there are some who are part of the witnesses with their own ideals and beliefs, but still kind of holding to the idea that humanity's greatest power is its curiosity. And then there are some who don't join the witnesses because they're like, I don't give a fuck about teaching the layman magic. I don't give a fuck about, spreading magic or anything like that. I want unending power.
Yeah.
I am a lich and I want to raise an army of the damned to conquer the world. I don't give a fuck about anybody else.
Would you call that guy a witness, or is he just?
No, he's not a witness.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was saying. You have like, there might be like, I like the idea of a lich being a part of the witnesses who's like, I have studied necromancy to such an extreme. I've learned how to craft a phylactery.
Yeah.
I've learned that like beyond just like the party rolls up, the party finds like a castle and the fields are being like very, oh God, what's that book you like? That book series you like?
Locked Tomb.
Locked Tomb. Yeah, the party finds the fields are being tilled by undead. They're like, oh shit, like they're undead out here, and the undead don't give a fuck about the players. They're out there, they're working the farms, and the party roll up. They're like, we've come to deal with you, necromancer, and they find out it's a lich, and the lich has taken these people has taken local criminals and has turned them into farmers, has turned them into carpenters, to blacksmiths, has basically turned these scum on society into useful things.
What
Right?
does he do with the actual farmers?
I don't think there are actual farmers there.
Oh, they're dead! Yay!
No.
I named
What I mean is,
everyone
like-
a criminal, and then I killed him.
No, like he has like his own little, like you go into the forest, right? He's not near a
Okay.
town. He has like his own little,
Oh,
he has like his
I
own
see.
little
He
keep.
He just stole someone else's criminals. And he's like, well, these guys are useful.
Correct.
Why does he need them to farm for?
You know, he
farmers
might again, he might be using it to trade. He's not like I'm gonna conquer the world. He's like, you know, hey, the local town has a magister, and that magister is willing to trade with what he believes to be the castellan of this keep. So I'm gonna, you know, we farm up some food for the locals.
Dude, not just food. Dude, he could have a winery, dog.
mm,
Dude, he's got those undead out there smashing grapes with their bony feet.
yeah, he's
Oh, the Bones vintage.
he's like stripped this, like he's using specifically skeletons that he has stripped all of
Yeah,
the
but-
ligaments and meat from.
Bro's actually been alive for like he's like, this has been in the barrel for 80 years.
He's chilling outside. He's got his wine glass in his hands. Like,
He's like, yeah, I don't believe in the practices of the Collegium, right? They're fearful, but look how I've made use of people who are dead ends
Killed.
to society. Look how like
Get it? Dead ends? Nudges the party.
wasn't meant to be a pun, but you know, it works out.
Laugh! He points at his minions. They all rattle.
But yeah, a situation where the party finds what is effectively like a gray lich, which is somebody who's like, yeah, I practice necromancy, but I've brought back individuals who are serving their debt to society.
Oh, I'm not truly evil. I will never stoop so low. He quietly tucks how do you make a phylactery sort of under his belt.
Don't worry about that.
Oh, yeah. No, you don't seem to be doing anything really evil right now. But, like, how many people did you have to kill to make a phylactery? How evil was that process?
Well, see,
Let's
that's where you get into the conundrum of like the Arcana Knight Taurus are like, yeah, you have to die. You made a phylactery, right? Like you killed a lot of people. And he's like, no, I killed criminals. And it's like, no. We have due process now. We have structure for those people to be rehabilitated. He's like, not all of them can be though.
Yeah, but like,
There are dark
I
friends
think
out there working the fields right now.
look, I just killed a bunch of. They're morlings. You don't care about them.
That's the other thing too, right? Like, yeah, you're practicing necromancy. What if I made my phylactery off of the bodies and the souls of the barbarian tribes who are antithetical to order? They're the antithesis. They raid your villages. They raid your farms. They capture your men and women. They perform evil, fucked up rituals and to summon their dark god. I've turned them into my winery. They're out there plucking my vineyards right now.
Also, I'm rich and I'm connected.
I'm
with
rich,
the,
and if you
Fangholds.
fuck with me, I will contact the local lord and they'll.
I invite all of the nobility to my orchard for private parties.
I just sent him a bottle of my finest vineyard.
I'm untouchable.
Diplomatic immunity.
It's called money, bitch.
Do you understand how much taxes I pay? Not only just for this county, but to the Fanghold as a whole.
Actually, Sir Rob, technically, according to the IRS, I'm actually.
I'm not alive. I actually don't pay taxes.
pay.
Yeah,
I have
technically
17
died.
shell companies, of which I have
You see,
distributed my money.
no. He writes it off as a religion.
And he's the
Religious
god.
exemption.
This is my church.
I'm legally a deity, so.
Isn't that neat? Yeah, it would just be it'd be stuff like that. Like you'd have a necromancer who's like, I believe that there is more to necromancy beyond just like kind of resurrecting the undead. The undead also have multiple uses.
It's so
Like-
blasé.
I like it because it is still just like morally gray enough to like, okay, is this fucked up or not? Once again, it brings up a matter of perspective. Because like, oh yeah, I'm reusing like the dregs of society, criminal scum, but it's just like, all right, but like, regardless, like, do criminal scum deserve what sort of criminals deserve that? What sort of like
Correct.
like prison industrial complex?
What?
What?
Who said that?
Well,
Huh?
unlike our American prison industrial complex, the act of rehabilitation is used. So like we actually teach you trades while in prison, so you can come back out of prison and
Yeah, I
be a member of society.
I don't think the Lich is doing that though.
No, the Lich is not doing that.
I
Lich is
got
like,
a
"We should have
question.
private
I got a
prisons."
question, boss man.
Yeah.
Kind of in the vein of like I say a lich does do this. So what if for example, like could I'm trying to think of like a good example, all right? Because I forgive me for fucking being a fake fan and not knowing everything about your setting. But would there be an example of like, okay, say someone like a criminal or someone who is, not the greatest person in the eyes of like maybe a their deity or whatever, would it be possible like, hey, you know what, we'll give you a second chance like to better yourself as an undead, so instead of going to fucking hell, you can go to whatever afterlife awaits you once like your soul is really, you know what I mean?
That'll be when I define what happens when you die. I don't have that yet.
Understood.
But I could see Saren, maybe, because there's also the situation of like I also need to kind of better define Maltaurus as well, because Maltaurus also kind of takes the dregs of society and basically conscripts them into being hellwalkers, the people who fight the demons. So it could.
We also believe in rehabilitation.
Correct. Through incredible violence.
Marauder head ass from Doom.
Yeah, basically.
You are not.
That is
one
pretty
of
cool.
us.
So there's probably multiple scenarios that happened when you die. There's probably, if Maltaurus, maybe Maltaurus has laid claim to your soul before you go. They've basically been like, oh, this guy's super evil. Yeah, we're branding his soul, so that way when he dies, he's going to come be an Illrigger for us. Maybe Saren's like, yeah, as penance, until you've served your penance, you will toil in the fields of the damned.
Yippee!
And basically learn through patience and wisdom and solitude. And that, like, a sprawling, massive field of land that needs to be toiled.
Would
To rebuild her fucking palace after it was wrecked by Ender.
True.
Get to work.
Yeah, get to work. Rebuild the obsidian sanctum.
would like say the I suppose it would depend from like necromancer to necromancer, but like would there be a possibility like, oh yeah, some of these like the guys they brought back, they're just fully aware of what they're doing?
Yeah. So that is every necromancer. Well, not every necromancer. It depends on your strength as a necromancer. And also it depends on consent. If I bring you back against your will, you're stained. Something has marked you, and your soul resents the idea or fact that you have been brought back. You kind of get into different levels of stained, where like if a body is in possession of a soul, you're a stained. But there's also just like skeletons. Like I've just reanimated bones. There's no soul in them whatsoever. You're basically a golem, an effigy.
So would it be safe to say like stained, to simplify, is like that's kind of like your usual like I brought you back, you're just a shambling corpse under my command, essentially? Banshees
can also be stained. Wraiths are stained. Like the specters, shadows, those are also stained, but those are like actual manifestations of the soul.
Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to get at is like I'm assuming like ones with consent are just like they're basically a normal person just brought back.
Those are hollowed.
They act.
And they're like figments of themselves, if that makes sense. They're not whole. They kind of have like a different kind of appearance. But yeah, those ones are fully aware. They consented to being brought back. Because again, we have actual legal practicing necromancers within the Collegium who go around and they're the ones who will, be like, oh, a murder transpired here and the body's still here. Okay, let me go speak to the dead and, discover what happened. And they commune with the dead and they go, hey, are you willing to be brought back to act as a witness in your own murder trial? And they go, yes, absolutely. And they go, excellent. And they bring them back. And then they discover, hey, it was the baker. The baker was the murderer in a fit of passion, basically shoved this dude. Was that, I think that's manslaughter. Basically shoved him. Dude bounced his head off the wall and fucking landed at a 45-degree angle, broke his neck, died. And they discover that the baker did it, and they go, okay, well, can you point out the man who murdered you?
Yeah. Okay. Could there be the possibility then that like they do that and they just fucking lie about it just to fucking like get someone else in trouble?
That's a great question.
I give you something to think about.
Oh, why would you do that, I guess?
I suppose there is like a reason that could be concocted in some way, shape, or form, but like the possibility is there though that like they could just lie. Unless they're compelled to tell the truth.
Well, I mean, it's not like, oh, I pointed out the murder and they go, all right, kill him. The investigation continues, right?
Easy.
Like,
Yeah.
I guess if they find out that you lied, they'd be like, why?
Okay. I guess like say in like it'd probably be like a specific scenario, but like say like they lied out of like fucking like like out of crazy fucking passion of like, oh no, they didn't kill me, but like they they finger someone else and they're like, it was them, they did it.
It was life insurance fraud.
Yeah, I guess they'd go investigate the person whom you accused. We do possess the ability to compel truth.
Yeah.
So at that point, it'd be like it also kind of comes into a scenario where like if it gets too crazy, like you start you finger somebody else and you go, that's the guy who did it, and they uncover that like, no, this guy's telling you the truth. There's obviously something wrong here. They might compel the spirit to tell the truth, or if it gets hairy enough, they might just summon the arbiters.
Oh. Interesting.
I don't know. I've never considered the idea that you would lie against the person who killed you.
I can see like, okay, and because I've been thinking about it, like, okay, let's say like it is a specific scenario, like someone is dedicated to like the word of someone else. Let's say like, hey, this person's a problem. I can't kill him. I can't, do all, but I can get him in trouble. You, one of my loyal followers, I'm going to kill you, and then we're gonna like plant your body, and then you're going to lie about who killed you. I know it's a specific scenario, but like that's one of the ways I could see it happening.
Does a spirit know deceit? Is deceit tied into the soul, or is it a human thing?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on the spell, because like Raise Dead says, hey, the spirit answers as truthfully as possible, right? If I remember correctly. I don't think the spirit can lie to you with raised dead in D&D. Pathfinder might be different.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think the scenario has always been it can't. If it does want to lie, it just won't answer the question.
Yeah.
Unless it succeeded
fair
the
enough.
roll. But then again, that does beg the question: is a soul capable of deceit?
Like a tainted soul, yeah.
Hmm.
Because obviously, if the spell has a specific like wording to it, to where like, oh, well, they have to answer your question, speak truthfully, then obviously that. But and once again, to further like just like, okay, what if scenarios, like, okay, it is one of those things where like, all right, well, what if the person that was killed and they got brought back, who killed you, they think it was someone, but it wasn't them. They just believe it. So like, at that point, it's not lying. They just believe that's what happened.
Then yeah, I think the investigation continues.
Yeah.
I think they start delving in deep and they go, okay, let's figure out what actually happened.
Yeah. No, that's an interesting thought, because I'm like, all right, I do like thinking about like, okay, what if like a spirit just fucking lies? What if it lies to you? For like, I guess whatever reason.
You already been through this with the fucker and his. Well, that's because that's an entirely different scenario, and I think that's specific to Io. I think that whole, and I don't think he was lying to us. He specifically was fucking with us when we were asking the questions. Like, hey, can we go into the Magister's library? And he goes, I don't know. Can you? Like, that's not him. That's not him lying to us. That's just him being pedantic. Like,
Yeah, this is being a fucking asshole.
Oh, that's just fucking Aldoris.
I don't think it's fair to use Aldoris as an example because he's also a very powerful spellcaster in and of itself, right? Like that was his fucking body there.
I'ma go to bed. Get you later.
Go eep.
Oh, sleep well.
I'm sure.
Very well.
Right back, I got push.
Press her.
God damn.
Your turn.
Hey, welcome back, baby.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
oh. DMR, is the cult of the eye and the witness one and the same, or is the cult of
Yeah.
an eye a sect of the witness? Oh, okay.
Oh, that's a great fucking question. Fuck. Maybe it's a sect. I was actually about to start writing about the Blood Star, because that was the one thing that I wanted to keep from the Red Wizards.
What's the Bloodstar? Bloodstar is pretty based.
The Blood Star.
Blood Star is the result of the Allfather's meddling in the Sea of Stars when he plucked the oldest stars from the night sky and gave them to humanity. He gave them to man, elf, and dwarf. And one of these wounds, my original write-up is, it is said that during the years of Eld, when the oldest stars were plucked from the sky and given to elf and man, that this act bore a great wound upon the night, and the cosmos bled, creating two beings. The most powerful being the Blood Star, a celestial body which burns a deep crimson color, said to harbor powerful magics and a connection to the primeval current, a source from which many draw their strength. The Red Magic cult believed themselves to be its children, fallen celestial bodies who inhabit this planet to prepare for its inevitable arrival, so it may usher in an age of stars. Many foul magics have been born from this worship, towing the line between faith and incantation. Blah 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 blah. That's my old write-up. I want to keep the original concept that the wound left after is this kind of connection, or this sight into the Sea of Stars. It is I don't know if I'm going to make it a demon or if I'm going to make it an antediluvian being, something that existed in the heart before the heart was ruptured. But it is something that people can basically look at and gain incredible insight. And I think that's what unites a lot of the witnesses, is these are people who basically... No, if I introduce that, it will make it more culty. Becomes less than my ideal and more of like people who've witnessed the Blood Star.
Well, like, is the witness itself a cult, or is it a term like Dark Friend? Because you're saying, hey, it's decentralized, right? You know, so is it like, are multiple cults? Do multiple cults consider themselves part of the witness?
Shit.
Or is the witness or the cult of the eye just one of many sort of cults obsessed with like revelation?
That's a great fucking question.
Yeah.
I was originally going to make it where witnesses, like the cult of the eye and the witnesses were one and the same.
Mhm.
The whole like eye symbology being a very big thing for witnesses.
Interesting.
God, maybe there does need to be more structure to it. Maybe it isn't just philosophy that binds them. Maybe they're all fucked up occult spellcasters. Shit.
Hmm. I mean, I like that the witness are like, hey, we should have kept the libraries. Maybe we shouldn't have burned the Library of Alexandria. That would have been a bad idea. You know, I do like that idea, and I like that that's sort of like a unifying thing. But they're also not the only one. Like, they're not full on Wizard King supporters, right?
Yeah, they're more like we get why the Wizard King should have died, but you shouldn't
Right.
have burnt all of their grimoires, all of their libraries. That was like the that was like the greatest sin you could have did. It was like, yeah, we get why you killed them, but you should have left everything else. Yeah, this philosophy grew in the wake of the Wizard King's destruction, with many great magi not lamenting the loss of these powerful leaders, but the loss of their knowledge. There was no desire to restore their empire, but to prevent their libraries from being burned, grimoires reduced to ash, entire schools of magic erased from history. Not because they were understood and deemed irredeemable, but because their fear deemed their destruction. To the witnesses, this was the greatest tragedy in history. The death of the Wizard Kings was inevitable, but the death of knowledge was a choice. Is all of this on the Kanka? No, this is stuff I'm writing right now. It's in my Obsidian. And I'll eventually be uploading it to the Discord, which is what I've been doing with the lore. Is I have a little forum on the Discord where I've been posting my lore and stuff.
When you're saying, hey, they're decentralized, which I like the idea that they're decentralized, because I think it's good to have if they're like this widespread as a cult. It makes sense that you have a bunch of people, calling themselves a witness. Is the witness the cult, or is it like the philosophy of thought? Like a heresy, right? Like there wasn't one group of Gnostics, right? Gnostic was just the term for groups of people who believed in this thing. Right.
Maybe we're
Or is the witness decentralized on purpose? Is it sort of like independent cells that maybe it's like, maybe it is like, maybe the cult of the eye is exactly like Hydra, where you have these separated cells that have pieces of knowledge, and then you have one guy who kind of like connects them, right? Your Grand Seer, who's sort of in charge of these different cells, but the cells don't really talk to the other cells in case they're found, because it sounds like these guys are actively hunted.
Mm-hmm. Is witness an ideology, or is it the cult? I guess the easiest thing to do would just be, witness is the ideology, and you break down particular groups within that ideology.
Yeah.
So like Rin is a witness. She believes in this ideology, but she's not a member of any of these particular cults.
Right.
She's like, no, thank you. I don't want to gouge out my eyeball. No, I don't want to worship the Blood Star. I just believe that magic should be studied and practiced and not feared. And then you'd have like Urhand, who's like, yeah, now I'm a witness, and I'm also a member of the Cult of the Eye.
Yeah.
I believe magic should be studied and not feared, and I also believe that we should take it a step further. And we should uncover every truth about society, and that's what my particular cult is about.
Yeah, and I'm actually part of this cult. I'm not just like a communist. I'm part of the Communist Party.
Correct. I guess Dark Friends would be a similar way, where it was more of an ideology.
Right.
So the chaos
Dark Friend,
ideology.
as far as I can tell, is more of just a slur we call people we don't like who we throw in jail. Like Dark Friend sounds like something that Tyros came up with.
I think Dark Friends specifically seek out the end of order.
I see. They are against order as a whole.
Yeah, I think they are of the belief that everyone should be ungovernable.
I see. So are they all unanimously like anarchists by nature, or are they against some aspect of order?
I don't know yet. I wonder if it might be that they are, because that's also on my to-do list is adding the Dark Friends faction. Like, what are Dark Friends actually?
Gotcha.
But I do think they are. I do think that they are staunchly opposed to the idea of order.
When you say order, I assume that's different for different people.
What do you mean?
Like some people say I'm against order, as in I'm against Terosian civilization. Or some people might be like, hey, I'm against order. I'm against actual existence. I want it all to burn.
Okay, here's my question. Do you mean order law or order good?
That's not a thing.
I was under the understanding that order was kind of the good guys. that is the impression I.
Order is
describe...
structure. Order is roads connecting towns. Order is law for the sake of following the law.
So I was under the impression, and mind you, if you've changed things, then enlighten me. But before, when you were having this whole like idea of like how do I want the alignment to be, you didn't want to do good versus evil. You wanted to do order versus chaos. But at the time, it sounded like order was good, chaos was evil.
Do you consider druids to be evil?
It depends. What kind of druid are they?
A motherfucker who's out there who doesn't want to pay taxes, who doesn't give a shit about your roads, who hates that you are coming into the woods and defiling woods that are older than you and your town for the sake of furthering your town. They think that a blight ravaging your wheat fields is your comeuppance.
All right. Are they actively taking steps to do this sort of stuff, or they just not like the fact that we do that?
They just don't like it.
Well,
Okay, then I wouldn't consider them evil, because unless they're taking acts to like, you know what? A blight took your wheat field, you deserve it. Versus, I'm casting a blight on your wheat field. I want you to suffer.
well, some might be doing that. But see,
the first druid is like, he's an asshole, but I wouldn't consider him evil. The second one, that guy is probably evil because he's actively causing harm.
Both of those are chaotic.
Okay.
I think druids are naturally chaotic. But
Correct.
I mean, you could argue that druids follow the laws of nature.
There are no laws in nature.
I guess it really depends on how. It's one of those matter of perspective. There are laws to nature. You know, the seasons change. Fucking animals have like these. There's predator, there's prey. There's these. The way animals act instinctively, like when it comes to specific things, and there's a food chain that, in a sense, is a sort of order, a sort of law of nature. It might not be traditional law, but
might makes right, which is how predation and predators and everything work, is not a law.
Well, hold on. In nature, when there's predators and prey in nature, they're not doing. The lion's not killing the gazelle because I'm stronger than you. I deserve to kill you. They're doing it because they're hungry. They're not doing it because they're evil. They're doing it because, they're hungry. They want to survive.
Might makes right. The elephant killing the lion because it got too close and was protecting its baby is in the right.
But that's not might makes right. That's just, hey, I'm defending my baby because the lion's trying to predate on my baby. Not because I am mightier than you, so I can, Might makes right implies that they're aware of like what they're doing is a specific thing. A lion isn't like, I'm doing this because I'm eating this gazelle because I'm evil. They're doing it like, I'm hungry. I need something to eat or I'll die.
Well, okay, hold on, because like we're talking about like a spectrum here, right? It sounds like there's a scale of chaos and order, and so like nature isn't absolute chaos, right?
Yeah, you could,
but it is more chaotic than say like.
Yeah, I would say it's more chaotic, but I would argue that there is a semblance to order to nature in a way. You just got to look in the right spots.
Sure, there's an ecosystem to nature. So I guess the law comes from like the balance of nature.
Once again, the laws of nature. Maybe and you could argue that the laws of nature inherently are chaotic, despite being laws. Animals act a certain way. Nature's, or certain like seasons occur because of, whatever. It's the law of nature says like, it's always going to be summer in these months. It's always going to be winter in these months.
But even that's not true. We've seen nature change itself all the time.
Yes, it's true, but normally it is like in the scenario of like, okay, let's go with Earth seasons. There's 4 seasons. There's always 4 seasons. Now, do they change? Yes, but that is over a course of time that it's gotten to the point where like, oh yeah, this is a thing that happens every now and again. Because of how like the ocean currents and shit, seasons and shit change.
Yeah, I think
over
this is why.
great periods of times.
I think
Now-
this might be why it's important to sort of define your chaos versus order to some degree, or at least, if not define, give like synonyms for what your order versus chaos means. Because I feel like you can kind of argue, you know, you can argue the semantics of civilization, of nature, of these like broad systems, any kind of way, right? Because like you can say, hey, nature has laws, right? And it does. It has.
It is
You know,
following
an
the law for
ecosystem.
the sake of the law.
Okay.
Okay. And
If we,
you did
I'll
say
use the
that. You did say
greatest.
that.
I'll use the greatest example. You're at a four-way intersection. Stop signs
Yep.
on all four of them. Nobody's around you. Nobody's there.
Yep.
Nobody is there to watch you stop. Nobody will know if you ran. Do you stop at the stop sign? Or do you drive through?
I-
I don't.
To answer your question, the druid doesn't give a shit, but Blake Steele will stop at the stop sign.
Do you
To answer
follow
your
the
question.
law for the sake of following the law?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I get like with how you define it. I get where you mean to like, okay, what is order, quote unquote. Order,
Interesting.
order of structure, and not order like, oh, there's an order to nature type shit.
What is chaos?
Chaos is I drive through the stop sign. I do a California roll. I don't care. Like, I don't follow the law simply for following the sake of the law. The wilderness wants to grow. It wants to push forward always. It wants to reclaim the roads that were carved through it. It wants to reclaim the villages that were, born from tearing up the roots. It is a pushback against the ideals of, we have roads, we have cities, we have structures. The wilderness chaos doesn't abide by those. And if you get into the kind of delving deeper into chaos, when you get into like chaotic factions, like Vigar as a whole, Morlings have a hierarchy, but they believe in what's known as might makes right. And because I am stronger than you, I get to determine what is right and what's wrong.
Okay.
But that's true. Like, might make right. Interesting.
It
Because
does.
you're saying,
like,
because you're saying,
No, go
hey,
on.
the law. Do you follow the law for the sake of the law, or do you follow the law because someone bigger told you? Which I feel like is a very narrow definition of these terms, and ultimately don't really correlate. They're not actually antonyms, because whether or not I follow the law for the sake of the law is not determined. Somebody stronger than me can make that law, and probably has, and I can follow it for the sake of the law. These are not mutually exclusive, right? It's not like you're saying, do you obey laws or do you actively break laws? You're saying, do you believe in
Do you believe in
laws
law?
for law's sake? Well, no, because might make right is a law. That's a rule.
In a sense, yeah. How you described it, the bigger Morling might makes right. That means they're imposing their law, their hierarchy
Right.
to. So while it is antithetical to, like, say, it's antithetical to Rowfield's law, it is that particular Morling tribe's law that, like, I'm biggest, I'm in charge, what I say goes.
See, if you did something basic, like one word, you're like, hey, structure versus freedom, right? Then I think I could follow it more. But to be like, hey, I feel like I need a broader definition of order, because order is above civilization. It is broader than civilization and law, I feel like.
Yeah.
Is because we're applying
Interesting.
it to beings that are outside of nature or outside of even our very existence. We're applying this to gods, not just tyros and like people, right? Because like if we're measuring this by, hey, do you follow laws for laws' sakes or do you not? Where does a demon fall on this spectrum? I don't think it applies, right? But we still think demons as chaotic creatures. What about someone who actively breaks the law? What about anarchists who say there's a law there, I'm going to go break it? Is that chaotic? I
would-
assume so, but
I
I
would
don't
assume
think that
so,
fits
no?
in the... Correct. I would assume so too, but I feel like that falls outside of the definitions you're giving me, right?
Interesting.
So we... So like, let me posit you what I would take as order. And I think that is sort of as a symbol, because I think giving it an exact definition is not going to cover everything that like you can possibly take. But if we want to take order versus chaos is the big duality of your world, not just civilization, but your world. Because it sounds like it applies, and correct me if I'm wrong, to not just Tyros, but your gods and demons and extraterrestrial beings. And the very fabrics of reality, like magic.
Hmm.
Am I wrong, or is that accurate?
Hmm.
We're getting philosophical tonight.
Well, if we want to go down this law versus or order versus chaos thing, I think you have to at least give some sort of scale. You know, I mean, like think Magic the Gathering. Like Magic the Gathering is not like super deep or philosophical, but it does define its colors pretty well in broad senses of what they mean, right? And I think we kind of have to give that Magic the Gathering definition to law and order, right? Especially if it's not just good and evil.
Hmm.
And I think one potential suggestion I would posit is I would attribute order as structure or like the scale, right? It is eye for an eye on the extreme. It is about fairness. It is about, I would say order is about balance in some way. It cares about equilibrium, right? In some way. It cares that at the end of the day, the equation, like x equals x, you know, the equation is solved. It cares about justice for that reason. It cares about law, but to the extreme, it is law without mercy. It is order without life, right? I think that's the ultimate. The other thing is that chaos and order to their end points are both basically oblivion. I think Magic does that really well, where there are two spells in Magic called Damn and Obliterate. And they're the same exact card, but one is mono white and one is mono black. They both destroy all creatures, right? Because the end point, like if you reach an extreme in either, they basically spin around on each other.
Yeah, the total order is nothing. Like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And total chaos is just it's chaos. It's entropy, right?
Yeah.
And order is because of that. It is against like change, right? It is against it is against yeah, I would say it's slow to change. It's methodical. Chaos is freedom. It's expression. It's passion. He doesn't care about, and I think this is what you mean. He doesn't care that the scales are balanced. It cares about like independence and individualism. And in the extreme, that is might makes right, like self-determination to the extreme of I do what I want because I'm powerful, right? But without it, you don't have like self-determination. You don't have like drive, right? To like you don't have the desire to like see change for the better.
I worry with using freedom
Mm-hmm.
because freedom is a very alluring. It's people tie freedom to more beyond just order and chaos. Freedom is like
Right.
a kind of how do I fucking phrase this? People view freedom as also an aspect of order.
Yeah.
Like the idea that like the Constitution allows me to practice religious freedom
Right.
that is dictated by a law written, hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, I would say freedom is, it is when is. I would say you're right. You're right. Let's not attach freedom to chaos, but like expression and passion are sort of more chaotic things, right? Like art leans more towards the chaotic, I would say. Well, certain art, right? Like revolutionary art, right, leans towards more of the chaotic. It is a desire to see change. It is a desire, but it's also sort of like entropy, right? I guess freedom would be middle of the road, right? It is enough order to ascertain the stability for people to like express themselves, Because in pure order or pure chaos, you're right. People don't really have freedoms.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, let's take the seasons for instance. Like, the seasons do have an order to them, as Rozzy was saying, right? The seasons have roughly a time when they change, a predictable time when they change, which is determined by positions, the sun, the position of the planet, that kind of thing. But they do change, right? If we were in complete order, it would be one season. If it were complete chaos, it'd be every day is a different weather. So the South in America,
God.
it's raining 5 minutes and then the next it's sweltering.
Summer rains. You can never predict them.
Exactly.
I do like structure being a synonym for order.
Okay.
I don't think freedom is a good synonym for chaos.
Okay. So, what's the opposite of structure? But without like a negative connotation, right? Obviously, chaos. But I feel like chaos has negative connotations to it.
Yeah.
And we've already said we don't want it to just be good versus evil.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I feel like the issue is that we're looking at it from a very modern perspective. So a lot of our viewings of words kind of come with like a modern skewing. Like I could say anarchy, but a lot of people are going to hear anarchy and be like, "Oh, bad."
It's got a bad connotation to it. Yeah, it's trying to find a word that doesn't have a bad connotation, but it is kind of hard to do that because like structured is a bit of more kind of has a bit more of a positive, like vibe to it versus like disarray, anarchy, chaos. Because now I'm just like looking up like, well, like all right, words that are antonyms of structure. I mean, the problem is like a lot of these words just sound like they have like a negative connotation. Or they just kind of don't sound good in terms of just like
Yeah.
like for example, it may not have a negative connotation, but amorphism, it's kind of like a state of no definitive form. But it's personally, it just sounds kind of lame.
Yeah, I mean, one of the antonyms I got for structure is destruction, right? Which I think is why you have things like warlings on the chaos side, right? They're about tearing down structure. And I don't think we should take that part away from chaos. I think your setting kind of relies on that. But I think there's, if we just have destruction in there, then it's clear that, chaos is bad, right? We don't want that. And I think we'd like to have something that offers a little more shades of gray. I mean, does chaos just is it just change?
I think it is more susceptible to change.
But it isn't the definition of chaos is not change in your world. It is like that's a synonym, but that's not what it's all about.
I guess it's like, again, like maybe change, challenge. I'm not too sure. Like the whole idea of like might makes right in my head is anybody, any knight could go and challenge a king, but they don't. Right? Because they know that king is there by right. There are things have been in place, order has been in place that has made that individual king. So they don't challenge that. But a Morling looks at that guy and goes, I could take him. I could beat that guy. I am the stronger one. I am willing to challenge the status quo. Even though he just killed the last guy, I am willing to put my life on the line and say, I am the better leader. And I will challenge that. I don't care who put him there. I don't care what divine providence says he's supposed to be there. It's me. I should rule.
Why does the Vigyar care about who's, quote, in charge or not? What makes him care? If he's a chaotic creature, why does he care about that kind of structure?
I don't think they do. I think structure. I think that those types of structures only come around, or rather, I think those things are kind of. Our idea of structure for them isn't the same. If that makes sense. Like, they may have somebody who's in charge, but that's because anybody who's challenged them, which they frequently are challenged, gets killed.
Right. But
So
that
it's
is
not like
still,
somebody
like,
put them there. They just put themselves there.
Yeah.
Sure, but the desire for them to be in charge of a system at all is still points towards some amount of order, right? Like, these are not creatures of pure chaos. I don't think you can have a creature of pure chaos that isn't just like some sort of weird chaos entity, like pure entropy thing. That just your brain explodes the minute you see it. Something that is demonic, right?
I don't know. I think hearkening it back, I also am firmly of the belief that nature has no order to it. Because we've talked about it multiple times where I think nature changes on a whim. It is susceptible to everything. We move in, animals are displaced. The seasons change
Sure.
because we're influencing it.
Well, there is constant change in those in nature, but there are still like basic fundamental rules to nature.
Yeah.
Like
I
what?
was gonna say
Like- Life
On
and
a-
death.
Well, I was gonna say, on a kind of smaller scale, nature is chaotic, but on a larger scale, nature is a lot more structured.
Everything that lives dies. That is a basic founding piece of nature.
Yeah.
Evolution is a rule of nature. If there were no rules of nature, we wouldn't have biologists. Right? Science, the biology as a science would not exist. There are rules. But I'm assuming we're not getting in the metaphysical when it comes to fantasy world. So I agree that it's more on the chaotic side, right? But I assume it's not structured like a civilization is, like laws are, right? It doesn't have exact rank.
I almost want to say, in a bit of a way, depending on like the scale you look at it, they kind of do go a bit. There is a bit of an opposite shift, kind of like how I said, like on a smaller scale, nature is chaotic in the moment, but in like on a grander scale, it's a lot more orderly when you take a look at the big picture. On the other end, for order in this thing, on a small scale, there is lots of rules and laws and structure. But on the grander scale, a lot of that ends up changing or collapsing, or just ending up in a different state from the result of some of the stuff that happens on the smaller scale. If you kind of get what I mean. If you get what I mean. Like, the grander scheme for order does eventually end up changing because of how orderly the small scale is, and vice versa for nature, and like it's chaotic nature on the small scale, but on the large scale it's more orderly.
Yeah, I mean,
That
I think I agree. I think the main takeaway is that nothing in any setting that you make is going to be purely chaos or purely order, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be a mix.
They're kind of intertwined, and they're dependent on each other, depending on where you look.
So yeah, nature might fall on the more chaotic side of things, but it's not purely without order, without structure or rules or foundational blocks. I mean, we have a table of elements that has yet to be broken. Right? The world still is made of building blocks.
Yeah.
I'm reading some articles right now.
Oh yeah. We
You know what,
learned
guys? I
at
think the first rule of any good world building is to go read Nietzsche, you know?
Yeah.
You know, Aristotle once said.
I mean, I know one thing when it comes to like world building stuff like that. It's if you're gonna do this particular thing, is to have an understanding of how it works, and then once you have an understanding, then you can like fuck around with it and change it to how you want it to fit your setting.
That's lame.
How? How's that lame?
Lame as fuck.
How's it lame?
Cringe!
I should be able to fuck with whatever I want.
I'm not saying you can't do that.
You're saying go study and learn, and then you can fuck with it.
I did not say you have to go study and learn to fucking like, and that's the only way. I never fucking said that. I'm saying if you have a better understanding of something and how it works, and okay, maybe rephrase. You can then have because you have a better understanding of it, it would give you more ease or a more, I guess, perspective on how you can change it to the way you want it to be, if that makes more sense.
Man is meant to struggle.
Yes, but man is a being of order and chaos. Man is right in the middle. We are creatures of instinct and free will. It is why we struggle.
It's true. It's true.
So, are you guys talking about druidism? Is this where
Something
this all about?
It started with Druidism. It started.
Well, it started with the weirdness.
It's what happens every time I write something is we derail into 14 different conversations.
Oh,
We got philosophical.
Where'd I go? You just want to write.
How about structure and agitation?
Agitation's an interesting one.
I kind of like it.
What is
what's structure and agitation about? Is this for druidism
Synonyms.
or for general?
No. Synonyms to order and chaos.
We're trying to, so like, Crown is doing this thing where like his world is sort of set between like order and chaos, right? The Vagyar are all about chaos. Actually, let me ask you this: is this an actual building block of your universe, or is this just a cultural thing that like Tyrosian philosophers come up with? Like, is this a cultural like outlook that Tyros has, or is this something that's actually true to your world? This order versus chaos alignment.
That's a good question.
I mean,
Because like if this is a true foundational piece of your world, is this order versus chaos, you know, everything's on this sort of spectrum, then we got to define that spectrum. But if it's just like a cultural thing to be like, we're the orderly ones because we follow laws and that's why we're good, and the Vygar are bad because they're creatures of chaos, then you can kind of make a, you know, we can say, yeah, of course, nature is chaos. That's why I deserve to chop down these trees for my houses, because I am an orderly creature. We don't have to define it all that well.
But does everything need a definition?
Well, no. I mean, actually, kind of.
No.
Yeah.
well, you have posited the idea that, you know, like a person's alignment does reflect on their person, like their appearance, right? So doesn't that make it like a fundamental thing of the universe? Like if you lean towards order, your appearance reflects that. Like with the goblins, with the beast folk, with like any other entity that has that leans towards one or the other. Doesn't that make it
Here's-
fundamental?
Yeah. If it's a fundamental thing, then yes, we should define it. Because it's going to be how you it's how you're going to keep your world consistent as you created it. But if it's just a cultural thing that Tyros uses as an excuse, then it doesn't really have to be consistent because it's just a worldview, right? It doesn't have to be actually how your world works. And if you don't want to define it, then I don't know why you even care about order and chaos, because you should just make whatever you want. You know? Do we even need order versus chaos in your setting? Is that even like a scale we need to apply to everything? Like, do we need chaos as a thing for Vigyar to hate Tyros?
If I may ask, uh, what was the thing about the druids that was mentioned before?
At least it's like, can we shut up about this? I just want to talk about druids.
No, no, not that. It's just it feels like
Can we
this feels like the type of this feels like the type of conversation that will revamp the setting again. I'm just like, can we?
leave it. Just let it lie. I don't think it's going to revamp the setting. I just think. I just
Because I still see it as like a fundamental thing, like what you mentioned, Sis. Like it does change, unless how people think just changes what they look like on a dime. Like if I think evil thoughts or like malicious thoughts towards my fellows, I would suddenly like sprout, tiny horns on my head, or like sharper teeth, or look gaunt. In the case of the goblins,
Goblins are the extreme. It's more like, it's not like, okay. It's not like I suddenly start fucking morphing the moment that I start having a negative thought. It's more like people can look at you and tell that there is something about you, that you hold very negative views of the world, that you are a very dour, kind of dark person just by looking at you. It's not because my eyes are sunken and my teeth are bared and I have these sharpened fangs and fingernails. It's just, no, people can look at you and there's this sort of empathy there that they can tell that you are deeply disconnected from the people around you. It's what you can do in real life.
I was going to say, do we need order versus chaos to... Are we just talking about like optimism versus pessimism? Is that?
I misspoke on the thoughts part. It's how they act, right? It's not necessarily just thinking like, okay, if I act towards my fellows as like someone that you would like see camaraderie with, right? As opposed to someone who like instigates or like does a act that would generally bring strife and like conflict. Like that's what it's about, right? Like when it comes to like the appearances, not necessarily like, oh, I think bad thoughts all around.
My horns start growing.
I mean, Carlisle is a great example. Carlisle didn't abide by the rules. Carlisle wanted very particular things to happen and was willing to subvert and kill and everything to get his way. But he didn't look like some fucked up evil person. He looked like a normal dude. Yeah, maybe he had a widow's peak, but all right.
He looked he looked a little sweaty. I'm not gonna lie. Bro had a little, he was a little pale. He had a little worm tongue going on.
Pale does not equal Jesus.
He had a little...
Then all of Skoldir are fucking dark friends because they're all pale.
Holy shit!
There's a wetness to him. There's an unnatural wetness to him.
There's a wetness. It's true. He does have a certain moistness.
I don't know. To me, it's as simple as the whole idea of of law. Like, you say that there is order, yes, but to me, the plant that grows out of the fucking ground or breaks the concrete, there is no law there. It's just like, I need to get to the sun and I will do anything I can to get there. I'll push anything out of my way. I'll break whatever I want.
So its drive is chaos. Is chaos ambition? Yeah. Ambition without authority?
Ambition without...
I don't know about ambition, because again, you can be ambitious and lawful. You stay within the confines of the law.
Well, I guess it's like ambition
without...
it's like desire for change, right? Like chaos usually sort of summons up ideas of change, of
revolution.
Exactly.
Unfettered is an adjective that means free, unrestrained, or unconstrained by rules, limits, or controlling influences. It describes something that is completely untethered and allows to progress or develop without interference or limits. Structure versus unfettered?
That's a bit silly of a name, but it does make sense.
No. He's asking for synonyms for order and chaos. Order is structure. Chaos is unfettered.
Unfettered just means like unchained. It's like it's a synonym for free. It's freedom. Unfettered means you're not tied to any structure. Like I guess it does work, but I generally try to avoid words that start with because it just means you're not fettered, right? It doesn't tell you what you are. It just tells you what you are not. Like, define what is chaos to you. What do you think chaos is? What are we judging by this?
Chaos to me is somebody who looks at rules and willfully and chooses to ignore them.
Okay. I feel like that leaves a lot to, because like there's a. Is that all the parameters we need? Like, are you saying nature ignores the laws willfully?
I think when roots destroy roads, I think when grass breaks concrete, I think when the seasons don't obey the laws or obey expectations, and it hails in the middle of summer, and suddenly it snows, despite the other day it being 90 degrees outside. I don't think nature obeys the laws or expectations that are put on it.
It does. It just doesn't in America because our nature's weird. A lot of that though is from human intervention though. That's part of that is us fucking with nature.
We fuck with nature to make roads. We make structure.
We make roads by burning oil into the atmosphere, which fucks with nature and the seasons.
Well, even before that, even before we started these mass factories, you had people coming in, lopping down forests, and making dirt roads, making gravel roads, imposing themselves onto nature, and nature constantly trying to push back against that. Floods, again, the roots pushing out and destroying roads, destroying homes, landslides.
So you're talking to me about you're talking to me about roads and laws, decidedly civilization things.
What it seems like is it's nature doesn't care about the rules and laws of man. Like you said, the grass grows between the concrete. The vines grow on the side of buildings, and it does that unless we decide to stop it from doing that. It doesn't care about the rules of man, the rules of civilization. If it cares about any rules, it's the rules of nature that it follows. Obviously not in I'm going to follow the rules of nature by choice, but just kind of the nature of nature,
I do agree that if you take either of them to the extreme, bad things happen.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this before we get any deeper. Do we need this? Do we need order versus chaos in your setting for it to work? What do we?
How else would you
doing for
define
this?
things?
Do you need to define things by this order versus nature or good versus evil?
Because if I don't, people are going to ask more and more and more questions. If outside of digging deeper, if I tell you the Collegium of Illendor is a order society, they believe in the laws, they have structures, they govern themselves in these laws. You can navigate the laws and obey them and raise through the ranks.
Sure.
And if I tell you that, hey, Dark Friends are chaotic, they want to see, they want to destroy things, they want to corrupt souls, they want to see the end of civilization.
Sure.
And I tell you that they're a chaotic, cult or a chaotic group.
Yeah.
I feel like that kind of paints an image in your mind. When you meet a dark friend and the dark friend is like, hey, let's go dig up some graves.
You need it. Yeah, you're telling me, hey, the dark friend is against is against Tyros, right? It's against civilization of man. Do you gotta tell me they're on the side of chaos? Like, what is this side? You could just as easily tell me they're on the side of the Morlings, right? Are these, because it's clear in your setting that these aren't even all necessarily one side, right? And it's not like defining chaos and order is going to get you out of having to explain like the personal reasons of why people become dark friends. It's like you're talking, because you're telling me, oh, we keep getting sidetracked by these conversations about chaos versus order and stuff. And so I guess it's like, well, if that's a problem, right? Because we'd much rather be talking about the eye and the witness and the state of magic than like, why do we need this? Why do we need to make this distinction? Unless it's like a cultural thing. And this is just how Tyros has decided that they're going to separate it. And it's entirely in the mindset of a Tyrosian. Because you're also telling me, hey, my definition of order is basically civilization. It's roads and laws. And chaos is just anything outside of that. That gets in the way of civilization. And that totally works if this is a Tyrosian philosophy. It falls apart if we're talking about the foundational blocks of your world that presumably were around before civilization was even a thing. Does that make sense?
That makes a bit of sense, yeah. Because prior to like the setting, everything would have been chaotic. Then there is no balance at that point.
Yeah.
Oh boy. If I may ask a tangential question,
No.
if it's all right. Okay. Suppose we want to dwell on this.
Look, I get. I think I get. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Why you want to be like, oh, Vigyar and Dark Friends, they're part of this cabal of like chaotic creatures, is because it's very Tolkien.
I don't know. I maybe it is that I'm fucking super Tolkien pilled, but I don't know. I just like the idea of there being not even like the whole structure thing, because like, or the whole societal thing, right? Like,
Structural, yeah.
because you're saying like, you know, before the world was even made. I don't have that lore, right? Like, because you got to remember that there was a civilization before that even happened.
Well, you do have that lore tangentially, right? You have a time when the Allfather was around, when civilization collapsed and it was just 3 hombres, right? You have the time when Maltoris and the Malverin, right, just ripped a hole and created your own Eye of Terror.
Yeah, but even then, that's still structure. That's still like societies battling. Those are people with their own. Like that is. Like there hasn't been a moment where there's been nothing.
You have creatures that come from like other realities that I imagine don't even have a concept of civilization or an opinion of any of this. Like, where does a demon fall on the scale of society or culture? Is Maltoris order or chaos? Are the Malverins order or chaos? They're a civilization. Why are they chaotic though?
I can see what Sizzle means now. Like, yeah, like if you zoom out of the scope, it does kind of fall apart a bit. Because it's like with Toph, right? Would you consider Toph chaotic?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah,
Why?
but they're still fighting in the side of order right now, right?
Yeah, but they
Because
don't.
their
They don't
party's
believe
order.
in order's laws. They're like, yeah, I just killed a kill. The value of
Well, okay,
life
okay,
means
wait,
nothing
wait.
to me.
Well, that's
You're a psycho.
because I guess Lux the play. Well, I guess that's the thing. I don't think Lux knows the context of the setting, which is fine and all.
I think you're straw manning Toph too, because Toph made it clear that the reason they fucking attacked that kobold was because they were protecting their friends, and they got scared.
No, that's literally
chud.
no. The first time that they fucking swung on that guy, they were like, "Yeah, he can take it." That was their whole crux of their argument. Was yeah, he has warrior in his name. He can take a hit.
Okay, see, here's the thing. Lux doesn't know about the bit there, so it's like, can we say that that was Toph, or it was just Lux not knowing any of the things? So they're acting as themselves, like, okay, this is just a game. They don't know all of the. It's like, okay, it's like with LOL Man, right? Like the whole, okay, are we doing this whole Skreek thing being like repentant because X, Y, or Z?
He's not
when
repentant
we don't
yet.
know.
Skreek is still chaotic. He worships Volinar. He believes in the spreading of the blight.
Sorry, continue.
it feels like chaos and order are like aesthetic in Adis. You look chaotic, so you're chaos. You look, like you're part of the alliance from WoW, so you're order. Like, I don't understand. What's the definition?
I don't know where you're getting that from.
This is
Toph doesn't fucking look chaotic at all. They're a fucking potato. But their actions are chaotic.
They're not a knight at full plate, so they're chaotic.
They're wearing chainmail. Like, that has nothing to do with it. It was their actions. Them going, yeah, I fucking killed that guy. After being warned, hey, you can knock this guy out. The people view life as being very valuable. And going, I'm still going to hit him because I think he can take a hit.
Okay. So are they what when you say, hey, you're chaotic now, does that actually mean anything? Like, what does that change in your setting? Is Toph dark friend? Like, are they Vygar? Are they a dark friend?
I don't think Toph is pushing for the destruction of society.
Right. So there's
Yeah, but
obviously
we don't know of the society. Sorry, continue, Sizzle.
So, like, why are we? What is it? What's the point of calling them chaotic? Like, what is the point of this scale?
What do you mean?
What is the point of your alignment system? To catalog things like the Vygar are part of chaos, Dark Friends are part of chaos, right? What is this? Why are we pushing for this? What does it accomplish in your setting? Is this a tangible thing?
Tangible how?
Right. Like detect good and evil, right? Is this detect order and chaos, right? Is this a tangible thing in your setting, or are we just labeling stuff for the sake of labeling it? Can I point at a creature and say that is a creature of chaos, and it goes, hello, I am a creature of chaos. Because I am a creature of chaos, I take vitality damage or something. Holy and unholy, right? Because, like, we can say, hey, the Dark Friends want to fuck up Tyros. The Vygar want to fuck up Tyros. The Malverans want to fuck up Adis.
It's
the demons.
Dark Friends are everywhere. They're not just in Tyros. They're everywhere.
So Valandris has Dark Friends, and they call them Dark Friends.
I don't know what the fuck they call them.
Oh, this Pride Parade. Ain't that nice?
But you have people that are opposed to society, to structure, want it all gone. That's everywhere. You have Morlings in Carousel. You have Morlings in Yatagara.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm not going to question where, like, creatures are, but, like, I'm assuming, like, Dark Friends is kind of a catch-all term, so it's going to be anybody who just wants the downfall of, like, the civilization they're in. They want to break up the roads and tear down the villages for one reason or another. So do we need to stress about order versus chaos? I guess is the question.
I wasn't stressed about it. I wasn't stressed until I am now.
But you're the one who keeps bringing it up. You're like, oh, well,
how? You're the one who brings it up. I was fine. I was labeling things fine.
I was fine before you showed me the truth.
Witnesses are chaotic. Witnesses are chaotic because they don't abide by the law. Arcana Knight Taurus are lawful. They abide by the law. They believe in the structure.
Okay, but
Truths
like, is
are
that
chaotic.
who's labeling them order? Is that just divide by you or by God, or is that a human thing? Is that like an in-universe thing that Tyros just calls things orderly and chaotic to fucking justify their existence?
I feel like the world does that. We as
Oh.
people do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is this a people thing, or is this a foundational root of your world, like good and evil in Gygaxian lore? Or good and evil in, dare I say it, Tarosian, or not Tarosian, Tolkien lore, right? Good and evil are tangible, absolute truths in Tolkien lore. There are evil things, there are good things. It is very clear which is which. And sometimes it feels like you're trying to quote them, and other times you're just kind of going off aesthetics or vibes. And there isn't like actual good or evil. And I can't tell.
Okay, so chaotic doesn't particularly entail evil, right?
No.
Boss? I'm just checking something in my head.
Druids are not evil.
Chaotic's not evil, and order's not necessarily good because there can be, you know, tyrants.
Yes.
So as Zizzle said, is it just an aesthetic thing?
I would say aesthetic thing, but like, is it just a cultural thing? Is it an in-universe?
No, it's because by aesthetic I also mean like
I think he died. Like being evil and doing evil made elves into orcs in Tolkien. Well, I think actually raises my finger. The elves were tortured into becoming orcs, I believe. But yeah, I mean it's like Ungoliath, right? Ungoliath is just evil because she's evil. And like Wormtongue looked evil because he did evil shit, and then he's, evil's on the outside in Tolkien lore. So evil people look evil, and it twists them. Right? Because evil and good are tangible things, because there is an absolute good and an absolute evil in Tolkien's world, because he's coming from a Christian background. He believes in good and evil.
If I simply say that they are chaotic because they do not follow the law.
Whose law?
Law. Doesn't matter
So
who.
there's an absolute.
There's law.
See,
I'm assuming you mean civilized law, like laws from governing bodies and cities and
We'll get there.
shit like that. Okay.
And I tell you that order is law.
Okay, it's a belief in law, sure.
Chaos, people who don't follow the law. Order, people who follow the law.
I think that's.
I'll speak your mind.
Again. Okay, that suggests that there is an absolute law to follow. I don't. You have to tell me whose law. Law is literally a societal, made-up thing. Like, do Warligs not have their own laws in their own culture? Do Druids not have laws in their groves that they don't follow?
I can't think of any more.
Might makes right. I mean, the fact that there's a lord, there's a slaughter lord, suggests that there's law. And if you can't, then maybe we need to work on warlings so that they have their own culture, so that they're actual people, and not just the evil thing. Norosi have laws. Do they not? See, that's why I don't think you need to care about chaos versus... I'm trying to free you of this burden of trying to make everything fit in this chaos versus order thing. You don't need it. All right? If everything's relative, if there's no actual good or evil, then don't try to force your own, like... I don't know. Absolute moral system on it, right? People are people.
How about this?
Okay.
Back during the Age of Woe, the Drisharan Empire rose to power and brought with it their structure, uniting the barbaric tribes of men. They introduced laws, society, order. The word Vigar comes from the rule of the Drisharan. Vigar were those who were staunchly opposed and wished to undermine the laws, the governing laws of the Drisharan Empire. The barbaric tribes who did not bend the knee, the other goblins who sought to sow chaos, were labeled as Vigar.
By the Drisarans.
Yes.
Okay.
When the Drisarans fell, the Drisharan Empire was destroyed from within by the Vigar. The Wardens, individuals who had basically were a part of that empire, who now practice their own, adopted the ideals of order and chaos.
Fantastic. I'll take it. It is a cultural thing that has been passed down through the generations. A worldview built in Tyros, it sounds like.
And that is why you can get Morlings.
Dinosaur died.
Oh, it is 3 a.m, bro.
Yeah, and me.
But you can get Morlings who are willing to talk, who aren't strictly in the throes of like kill and maim everything. But you can also get like the witnesses who do not obey the laws. They believe that magic, they believe magic should be for everybody. All magic should be studied. The Collegium says otherwise. Puts them in opposition. Collegium obeys the laws. By society, they are deemed of order. The witnesses do not. Witnesses believe all magic should be studied. No ritual should be sealed away, what have you. In the eyes of order, they are chaotic.
Makes total sense. Yeah, I mean, their civilization was pushed to the brink by these strange other entities. They're the wardens that were assigned pushed to the brink or fallen until Bahamut showed up, basically. And their entire culture is probably based around that, the fear of the unknown. And reclaiming sort of the, reclaiming the land through industrialization and the growth of civilization, forts and towns and roads, like you said. So for them to for them to see the world as order versus chaos, where they are the order, where the life is structured through laws, and like this rigid, the caste system that is like feudalism, makes total sense.
Okay.
Now, how do the
Get
Morlings
off my
feel
back.
about this?
What?
So what's the Morling POV?
Morlings don't give a fuck. The Morlings, I've talked about it multiple times. Morlings want nothing more than to be lazy chuds.
Yeah.
Morlings want to be able to eat whatever they want. They want to be able to sleep whenever they want. They want to be able to fuck whenever they want. They don't care.
Animals.
If left alone, don't say my people. Don't say my people.
Dude, hell yeah.
A band of Morlings, a fist of Morlings. Actually, what is the correct terminology? What is the terminology we gave them? A claw or tribe. A claw or tribe. They want to do nothing more than to just kind of be left alone. They'll go raid to get food, right? They'll go, like, if they are they'll go hunt to go get food. But if they're near like a town or like a hamlet, they'll just go raid the hamlet for food. They'll go steal a sheep, a horse, a cow, because that's food, right? They don't understand why the animal is like in a pen. They don't understand that is the farmer's dairy cow. They just see its meat. But they do know that when they get caught, bad things happen. So it's obviously there's some correlation there. But if left alone, Morlings want nothing more than to just be left alone. They want to be able to do what they want. It's only when you start getting the ones who are like, I am a chieftain. I want more. I want all the cows. I want to be able to eat those cows whenever I want. I'm tired of the farmer stabbing me with pitchforks every time I go over there. I'm going to kill that fucking farmer. Get a little bit of pushback and go, oh, all of the people are trying to stop us from eating our food. We've been pushed back into the forest. We can't eat anything here. Everything's scared of us. Everything ran away. We're going to attack that town. I'm gonna go steal all the cows I want. I'll even eat the people. And because I'm bigger than you, and I'm stronger than you, I can do that. Until the knight shows up, right? Until the road warden shows up, and then he's stronger than me.
So Morlings don't have like this idea of like being displaced or being pushed out. They're just belligerent and hungry.
I think it depends on the tribe.
Okay, makes sense.
I think that there are some that have been displaced by civilization. You know, like how we've pushed out animals, right, from
Right.
cities. I think it's the same way. But then I also think there are some who are like, man, I want literally nothing to do with people. I would love nothing more than to just sit in my camp and hunt the local wildlife and maybe steal a sheep because I found it while I was hunting. And I'd love nothing more than to just sit here and fuck and eat and sleep. Those are like wretches, right? Those are like the bottom of Morling society. They're the ones who are like, man, eating and fucking and sleeping is great. And then a chieftain rolls in and goes, "You're mine now." And they go, "Fuck. No, I'm not." And then they watch as one of their dudes gets cut in half. They go, "I guess I am now. Where are we going?" It's how you can get situations where a road warden will kill like a chieftain, and all the Morlings who are there are like, "Okay, well, we listen to you now. You killed the last big
Interesting.
dude, so where do we go?" He's like, "Go
Yeah,
back
'cause
to
we've
your
seen-
woods."
We've seen Morlings, I guess redeem themselves. Right? We've seen non-hostile Morlings.
Yeah, we've seen.
Beast
Well, you
Skin.
have seen redeemed Morlings. You've seen Orin,
Right.
for example. Orin is a Morling who is, been swayed from that from that life.
Gotcha. Yeah, exactly. Which means, so like, have tribes ever gotten together and been like, redeemed themselves? Like, have there been whole tribes that redeemed themselves? Have there been Morling tribes that have attempted civilization?
Oh, you know what? That was something funny enough. Yes, that was something I was planning in CTF. Was a band
Nice.
of Morlings who were beginning to build their own town, and they had
Dude.
basically attracted some of the. So it was meant to. I was really trying to fuck with. Tristan with Rylan.
I know you were.
A bunch of these Morlings
Yeah.
had basically started taking human partners and were working with them to build this new town.
Filthy animals. How could they do this?
So you have like the leader.
Oh, welcome to our humble village.
Yeah, the leader was like this tall, like leopard Morling
Dude, nice.
who had basically married the wisdom from another town who had been displaced. That town had been raided by a different band of Morlings. So now it was like this band of Morlings were working together to basically build some form of society.
Mm. And see, I think this is where, like, I think this kind of, like, this is what would challenge that perspective of, like, chaos versus order in, like, the mind of a Tarosian, where it's like, I'm the orderly one. They're the, how can they just suddenly switch to order? That doesn't seem, how does that work?
Yeah. Because that's what I was doing already with SOT. It was introducing the ideas of Morlings starting to build their own society. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to understand, they have their own, like, language now, right?
Yeah, they're starting to talk.
Exactly. This is why I'm like, this can't be like a foundational block to your world. This has to be like a perspective. Because if they're just creatures of chaos, right? Like orcs in Warhammer or to an extent like Lord of the Rings, right? That wouldn't be possible. They'd just be beasts.
Are orcs beasts in Warhammer? I thought they had like bosses and.
They do. They have a structure suited. They have whatever structure suits for war.
Mm.
But they are singularly minded, driven to fight. Like that takes priority, and they will never not fight. They are hardwired to have a good scrap. They can create machines. They can have structures. They can even summon magic through sheer belief. But it will always be bent towards a fight. They will not have trade like humans do. They will never have like diplomacy unless it is to, again, get a big war band to fight someone else, right? Same thing with like chaos. Chaos is never going to switch sides for more unless it's Zinch. But Zinch's whole point is that he switches sides. But they're never going to benefit like humanity. It's always going to be for the benefit of the Chaos Gods, right? The Tyranids are never going to. I mean, the Tyranids are basically they're a hive mind, but they're basically beasts, right? They're never going to switch sides. They're never going to not be hungry and be like, we have discovered that the error of our ways, and we will now, instead of eating the entire galaxy, build a harmonious relationship with the Empire. And I think that's the road you could take with like either the Vigyar or beasts. They're just animals we slaughter, and Ryland's right. Right. At which point they don't have like free will. They're basically just animals. Slightly smarter animals who can like make packs like hyenas and wield a club, but don't have like language. They don't have culture, right? They can't change sides. Or they can, which means they are essentially people.
Oh, I'm chewing. Give me a second. Then yeah, we'll make it a societal thing.
Nice. Yeah, because like the problem comes when you're like, oh, these are people, but they're just meant to be slaughtered, right? You fall into like Gygaxian problems of like all the drow are evil.
Very colonial.
Exactly.
Damn you, Gary Gygax.
Correct. I mean, even Tolkien's orcs are a little problematic in that they are people with human will. I guess the only saving grace is that even in the Silmaril, like when it's not Balabar, it's fucking Morgoth, I think, is Sauron's boss.
Wasn't maybe I missed. Hold on. Morgoth or
Starts with an M.
this one then?
Who's who? Morgoth is the OG big bad. Okay, so yeah, it is Morgoth. Yeah, Morgoth.
Melkor. Is that who I was thinking? It was Melkor originally. Morgoth originally Melkor.
Oh,
When the fuck was he called Mel? That's the name I'm trying to like. That's the name I remember is Melkor.
Melkor is probably his name before he became Morgoth.
When he was a Valar.
Exactly, before he fell. Because
That's
it's,
what it was.
it's just the Bible. It's just Genesis. Before he became Satan, he was Lucifer. Before he became Morgoth, he was Balcor. The same thing, you know. I mean, when Morgoth made the orcs, when he basically stole elves and tortured them into being, orcs. Like that's like the greatest sin Morgoth has ever made. Like the Silmaril straight up says this is the most evil thing he's ever done. Was take people with free will and turn them into these monsters.
Well-
Morgoth killed a lot of people.
That's I
So
guess
it's pretty evil.
That's technically what Morin did.
Oh, well, then Morin's an irredeemable bitch.
Yeah,
We
Morin.
should not have her as the good guy or redeemed in the fucking sci-fi setting.
Well, okay. So the whole thing. God, what, I wish I had written it down somewhere. It was a really good kind of explanation for like what happened and like why she did it. It was like something like she ended up becoming like afraid of them as well, or like
Yeah, I was there when we were talking about how she basically made her like fucking Morling Prime, and Morling Primus dude was like, "Love me, mother." And she's like, "You, no."
I think God, I
think she
can't.
tried to
I think it
she
was she was
revive
trying to.
her son.
I think it was she was trying to. I think it was that. I think it was Norix died. Her son died. And she tried to bring him back, and the Allfather wouldn't let her. So she tried to figure out how to do it. And
Right.
in doing so, fucked up and made Norix and like the Slaughterlord that we know now, and a bunch of these other Morlings, basically on accident.
Yeah.
And it caused this huge strife between her and Valorin. Valorin's the mother of elves. And it basically she basically got exiled, I guess is the way to put it. But she she abhors the Morlings. She hates them. She views them as like being like kind of like antithetical, or like the antithesis of what the Allfather was making, which is what she believed in.
Mhm.
So she doesn't make more Morlings. In fact, I think one of the things was to say she constantly tried to get them to kill themselves.
Oh, that's great. Well, that
I don't. God, I wish I could go back. I'll have to go watch the VOD. I'll have to go find the VOD rather.
That seems worse.
But it was like a whole series of like unfortunate events that transpired.
Great. So she made these twisted creatures based off of like.
Again, I don't remember the full. I wish I had written it down somewhere. It was one of those moments where we were like talking in VC, and we were building it up, and then I was like, I should write this down, and I didn't because I'm a fucking chud. We're talking about Morin.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you remember why Morin made the Morlings? I can't remember if we did it in a VOD or not. I'm hoping that we did it in a VOD. I'm hoping it's in one of the world building like Starfinder VODs. Because I remember her being like initially perceived as very evil, and then it's found out to be that she's very like in this very gray scenario.
Still super evil.
Remember being there a bit of the thanks, man. No, that doesn't help, King. It's in a VOD from like a year and a half ago in a fantasy VOD. Interesting. I remember her being a fail girl.
That's true. We did make her a fail girl.
I do remember that. I do remember her being like kind of neurotic, like
Yeah.
like bags under the eyes, smoking all the time. I do remember her being scared. I do remember her being like terrified of the Morlings. No, okay, so it wasn't that she doesn't make them try to kill themselves. She makes them afraid of her, so they stop basically beseeching her for power and like prayer.
Yeah, she comes up with like the whole like scary slaughter visage, and then they're like, "Oh, that's so based." You know what, Slaughter Lord?
No! Yeah, it is basically her trying to make them terrified of her, so she stops. So they stop basically beseeching her and seeing her as a god. And that works to a large degree, but then there are some who take it to the extreme. And her like, yeah, she wants us to ruin and kill and slaughter. She's like, nope, literally never said any of those things. I think it's because she messed up by accident as a byproduct of trying to remake her son. Man, I'm really gonna have to go watch the VOD. I spent several hours hunting down the VODs.
Here I go into the mines again.
And hopefully it wasn't during a period of time where like I was laid up because of my leg, because I did lose a lot of VODs during that period.
Damn. The lost lore. I mean, we'll just have to reinvent it again. I'm sure we'll get to the point where we're like, crowd, I have a great idea. It's very original. I never said before.
It all circles back on itself.
What if? Yeah.
Yeah, it has been a hot minute. That's unfortunate.
So it looks like the cult of the eye is a witness cult and not the witness.
Yeah, I'm breaking it down a little further where it's like the witnesses is an ideology, just like Dark Friends are going to be an ideology. And then there are going to be cults that are within that ideology.
Where's my witness cult whose whole thing is that they go investigate other cults?
Want to see how the other life is living?
Yeah, they're just like, they're like, well, these guys do probably some fucked up shit, but even the most vile act can have a grain of good in it, right?
Oh yeah, they that's part of their whole thing. Where like even the darkest workings of necromancy and blood magic contain truths about the primeval current that cannot be learned elsewhere. So yeah, I'd be down to make a group that's like
they're
shadowing.
Yeah, they like infiltrate other cults to like study their shit, and then when they're done, they like sabotage or call the authorities. They're like, well, my job's done, and they fucking dip.
Well, they fucking scrape the line on the ritual circle and
Yep. Fucking the whole thing blows up as they leave. Thanks, fellas. Awesome.
This would be great.
Swell work you did on evocation magic. I'll have to take that to my party.
Bring it back to a bunch of the other lads, and they're like, so what were they trying to do? Oh, they were trying to use this to conjure a meteor in the middle of town. Oh. Is there anything we can do with it that isn't that? It's like, oh yeah, I was writing up I have a thesis right here of what we can do with this.
Yeah.
I go, oh, sick. All right, cool. Let's do that.
We can use this and combine it with this other cult's teachings so that we summon a meteor, but stop it. And then we can use that meteor for like rare resources. We can mine the meteors.
We're going to be rich.
We're going to be rich. Good. Cult of the Cuckoo.
Yes, you will raise my baby as your own. A seer basically dropping a baby at a cult's footsteps and being like,
yep,
yeah, raise that guy so I can see what he does.
Go raise him. But basically, I'm writing a dissertation on the psychology of cultists from birth.
Does a household make a child?
Can an eldritch god supplement a mother? Yes or no?
In my thesis today.
Yes.
That'd be fun.
John, this is some fucked up shit you did. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I know. But read. You got to keep reading. It gets really interesting. There were some who like basically like took responsibility to raise the kid as their own, and then there were some who like couldn't be asked, but it was the ones who couldn't be asked who taught the kid the most.
It was really like a moment of humanity. Even the darkest souls can still have that shred of humanity. It's really touching.
It's really touching. Oh, what happened?
Before they the arbiters, they're all dead.
All of them. I tried to save the kid. All died. Kid wouldn't trust me because I wasn't a part of the cult. I should have seen that coming. A little bit of foresight.
I just imagine what's that meme with the dudes like walking in like the park garage? He's like, I sure hope no stacked milfs come and kiss me on the forehead. And looks around. It's like that. He's like, I sure hope no eldritch cults come and find me in my moment of weakness and recruit me for their evil, malicious causes.
The two cult members behind the rocks. How did he fucking know?
We have the plot twist of the fucking party fighting a cult, and somebody just pulls off their fucking.
Yo, chill.
Bro.
Dude, chill.
Bro, I'm just gonna. He just like stabs his friend, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna go. I'll see y'all later.
Whoa, guy, hey. Not really with them.
Deuces.
First off, you fucked up like 2 years of planning, by the way. Fucking assholes.
Yes. Dude, you can get like a side quest from like a dude in like one of the side dungeons. So he's like, well, since you fucked up my shit, there's this book I want you to collect. It's like 2 doors down. If you can give me their like lead grimoire, I'll pay you some cash and then I'll fuck off. Thanks.
Dude, you ruined it.
I always lie. Dude.
It'd be fun where you basically catch a dude who's like, you break into the lead guy's room and there's already a cultist member there and he's like rummaging through the bookshelf and he looks back and he's like, wait. This isn't what it is what it looks like, but I'm not with them.
Yeah, you put like a dead guy with like a knife in his back right in front of him. He's like trying to like rattle open one of like the
fucking lock. What is this lock, man? What the fuck is this thing made out of? We're here to stop you. Whoa.
Oh.
I can explain.
You mean you're not part of a cult? Well.
Ooh. Okay, hold on. I can explain beyond that. Are you with the Night Arcanists? Oh, God, no.
Oh, really?
Start drawing their swords, and he's like, okay, well, hold on. I'm a witness. I've been with this group trying to get this spell for the last 6 months. And I'd like really
good spell.
Yeah, it's super good. Listen, you want to talk about famines? Apparently this book has a way to stop those. So no, I'm not going to turn it into the authorities. They'll probably lock it away. Why would I do that?
Are you stupid? What are you, dumb?
Listen, man, my mom was a farmer. I know what it's like when the fucking drought hits. I don't want that shit to happen again. So I'm going to read this book. I'm going to figure out how it works. Just put your swords away. Let me go. Let me take this book and maybe a couple others because I see they have some cool shit here that I didn't even know that they had.
Oh my god, they're just thieves. They're just they're just here to steal your shit. Holy.
Well, they're gonna steal. It's like if you had like the ability. Let's say you had the ability to make electricity, but you didn't share it with anybody else. They come in, they steal it. They read how electricity works, they understand it, and then they share it with their homies, who then share it with other people.
Yeah. Yeah, he just, he quietly doesn't mention to you the part where, like, the spell to cause the plague is, like, in the same book as the spell that.
No,
Stops
why
plague.
would he say that?
He's not going to.
Why would he say that? I mean, that's going to get
He's
him
not.
killed.
That they're one and the same spell, really. Just it's just the one that stops.
It's really,
the plague. It's just the same.
you really
spell
have to just
reversed.
place the sigil 4 different ways. That's literally all that it takes, by the way.
It's all. It's really.
You could fuck it
I
up
just-
super easy.
I'm gonna give this to everyone. Just
Not me,
get it
though.
Right.
Not me, though.
I'm built different.
I'm built different. I can write. Listen, my hands steady as a rock. No warbly sigils here.
I've been practicing my pentagrams.
Frost.
That's why I'm here, actually. It's not for the spell. I've just been trying to learn how to draw chalk on stone. It's really annoying.
Do you
You
understand
don't know how hard it is to do that.
Drawing a sigil on flagstone fucking sucks, by the
Dude.
way, in case you've never tried.
In the dark, in these stupid ass dungeons, you know how often the stone's just wet? You can't do shit with it?
Inexplainably wet, by the way. Like, hasn't rained. We're not near a source of water. Yeah, maybe somebody spilled some water there, but that's going to be there for like ever now.
Yeah, it smells.
It gets humid down here. Also sucks.
Hello.
I also can't wait to leave.
Hello.
Hello.
What's happening? My internet ran out. Oh, my data ran out.
Oh. We're coming up with funny witness cults.
Oh,
We have one that-
are they smarty pants cults, or are they like grave robber type cults?
I mean, they're kind of like, they're very intelligent grave robbers that rob you
Oh, okay.
probably before you're in the grave. They go to other cults and they're kind of like sleeper agents, and they kind of like, their whole shtick is like, these evil cults can still have like useful information, so they infiltrate the cults as like acolytes, pretend to or I guess sometimes actually do evil shit, and then once the cults have given them the secret knowledge that they're after, they dip or sabotage the cult. Preferably with a grimoire in hand.
Oh, okay. So they're not bad. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, they're neutral.
That's
I mean,
nice.
you gotta infiltrate a
double-edged.
cult. Usually cults
Yes.
make you do some fucked up shit, to get in, to make sure you're honest, so they're probably not looked upon favorably.
But
But
it's for the good of the people, right? The good of the people being
your
your pockets
people.
are lined when you get
Yeah,
out.
your people. Exactly.
Lined with knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. Like, overall,
Yeah.
you're going to provide a benefit to society eventually, right? With the magic that you've heisted. It's just, some villagers might have to die along the way before you're in with the cult. Before they share their deepest, darkest secrets with you and everything. Hopefully there isn't like an aberration that can read your mind or something, You gotta be careful. It's not like a Malverin cult, because they'll just spot you immediately. There should be a cult that releases horrors because they think imprisonment is morally wrong.
I don't think anybody likes that group.
I don't. I think that's a dark friend thing. I don't know if that's a witness thing. That's not us gaining knowledge. That's like evil PETA. Like really evil PETA. The demons have feelings too. Namely,
Is
hunger.
are the witness cults only sabotaging cults, or are they also targeting like the local wizard in
No,
the
that's
wizard
that's
tower?
one cult. That's one cult that is tied to the witness ideology. So the cult of the eye is these particular individuals, while witnesses, have pushed themselves to an extreme. Attempting to better understand the current and the ways of magic, they willingly replace one of their own eyes with an iris stone, a crystal condensed of primeval current grown beneath the light of the blood star. It allows the bearer to perceive subtle differences in the current, lingering echoes of spells, and faint disturbances where star wounds emerge.
Can their
So,
can their oh,
how hard is it to identify a cult of the eye?
what's up? You looking how you got there, friend?
Depends on if they flaunt it or not.
Oh, interesting. So they're not
Do you have a
particularly
name for their
secretive.
Do you have a name for their main guy yet? Their head honcho.
No, I literally
Yes.
just wrote this.
Can it be an orc? And can it be named Kilrog?
No, it cannot be named Kilrog.
Why? Why? You don't even know. Okay, you don't even know.
Oh, I don't know who
Don't
Kilrog
even
Deadeye
know.
is.
You don't even know.
You don't even know.
You don't know
you,
famous
man.
World
Fuck
of
you,
Warcraft
man.
character. Rage baiting crown DM tonight, I see.
Killywog.
Crazy.
Alright. Okay, so the cults that you're making, is it just cults in general? Because I think I misunderstood the whole. I thought these are all cults under the witness that follow the witness's ideology.
Yeah, that's literally what we're writing.
Okay, cults that follow the witness's ideology.
Yeah.
That's the thing, not just general cults. Okay.
No, the
okay.
witnesses. Yeah, we're writing the witnesses, which is an ideology, and then we're writing the cults that have formed from that ideology. So eyes, the symbology of the eye is very prominent to the witnesses. That's usually your kind of surefire way of signifying who a witness is. They usually have like an eye motif somewhere on their person, because I made this fucking symbol and I'm not gonna not use it. So
Nice, nice. Stick to that, boss.
Nice.
So the eye motif is very, very prominent to witnesses. I had this whole idea in my mind where like a kind of way that they speak to each other, or kind of a way that they signify to each other, is the whole idea of like using your opposite hand and tapping a finger underneath your other eye. So kind of this quiet showing of like, hey, you and I share the same belief. These individuals, the cult of the eye, go so far as to gouge out that eye and replace it with a crystal eye that lets them see magic.
Okay, so as I'm gonna do a joke, I guess, how do they communicate? They wink at each other. Specific winks. They do Morse code winks.
No.
All right. All right.
They're
Do you have?
Oh, go on.
Oh, yes.
Go
No,
on.
continue, boss.
Go on.
Okay. So for a cult, right? Was the thing Sizzle mentioned about going into different cults and basically like sabotage? Is that like cult of the eye or a different cult already?
That's a cult I'm gonna write up here in a second.
Okay. So is that cult specifically for evil cults? Like not evil cults, like actual other cults. That's what they go. They basically go into other cults and basically.
I think they
worm
go
their way
into.
in.
I think they go into any magical cult.
Ah.
I don't think it. I mean, evil is probably the easiest one. But I think that they go to any cult that is magically attuned.
Okay. My suggestion for a cult, if ever. So you watched Ocean 11, right?
The heist movie?
Yes. So they're heisters. They target like big, like big wizard towers, and they try to like snatch up some stuff there, and then they skedaddle out, and they disseminate that information, that wizardry there, to the
One-man
people,
job.
to the populace. Yeah. They're not violent. They just want to steal the stuff
I see.
from the wizard.
Specializing
They're
in
not-
stealing from wizard towers seems like a very like low life expectancy kind of job
Yeah.
for the young.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
get all.
I opened the fucking door. The fireball detonates at my feet.
Well, I imagine they're also like wizards, right? So they're like they're ready to like what do you call that? Counter spell the fireball now. They have their arsenal. They don't use
So
it.
if we're doing
for the-
Pathfinder, you need to have the
Mhm.
spell in your repertoire to counterspell it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't,
They
if
know
I'm not bringing
fireball.
if I'm not bringing fireball to the heist, which I shouldn't be.
No. See, here's the thing. They're going to a heist, right? But they're also expecting, like, clearly, the person they're heisting is a wizard, and if it's a known thing that they need the spell to be able to, like, counterspell it, I imagine some of them would have it on hand. They're not using it to basically cast fireball themselves. It's mostly just to like
Sure, but you can't
Dampen,
really
like-
do that for every spell. Like, you have no idea what this wizard's gonna cast. Unless you've been studying them, and then you're like, that gets into a whole different thing.
Yeah, they Ocean 11. They study obviously their mark. They don't just go at it.
You
Like-
want this to be
like
a
they don't
whole
just-
cult? I mean, I liked the idea that Sizzle was coming up with, like the whole cuckoo thing, where the bird places its egg in another bird's nest and forces them to raise
Yeah.
it. I like that
Yeah,
as like
but
the level
this-
of heist.
No. See, that's a different like thing because they're targeting like small level things. These are like we're targeting the big guys, the big guns. Like these are high. I guess it wouldn't be a cult. It's more like, again, a little clandestine group.
Mm, then yeah, I'm writing cults right now. So if we want to write like groups that are also witnesses, are you sure this isn't just the Thieves Guild? Like,
Nah.
No, it's for the people. It's for the people. We're like
No,
Robin
specifically
Hood.
for the wizards. These are the wizard thieves, okay? These aren't like your run-of-the-mill thieves,
Ah,
okay?
of course. Yeah. No, these are.
I don't know, man.
I don't know if this is a witness call.
You know,
I think
like
this is just
wizard
mercenaries.
thieves.
I think they're just greedy. No, I like wizard thieves. I just don't think they're doing it for what's the philosophy of the witnesses? The release of magic to the people.
Yeah, they target
Guys.
the big
Dude.
wizard in the campus, right?
Yeah, man.
And they
George
skedaddle
Clooney
with the info.
calls up his 11 magical goons, all right, and they go and they plan
Yeah.
out the ultimate heist in the vault of the Collegium. Yeah, of course.
But that's a whole different
Yeah.
scenario. I don't know if that's a cult. That
calling
just
it
sounds
too.
like an adventure.
It's just yeah, exactly.
Sounds
That's what Legion
like-
wants.
It sounds like a grand seer is gathered together some of his strongest witnesses
I'm getting a team together.
and goes, guys, I have figured out a way into the Collegium's vault, but I need a team. And everybody goes,
But I need a team.
ooh, I'm
I built a
interested.
replica of the vault, and they go, "How did you do that?" And he goes, "Don't worry about it. It's I know a guy."
I know a guy.
It does. Okay, how many? 11, 12 goons? Okay, so there's 12 cults now. And then there's this one George Clooney witness.
Jesus.
witness.
You write up
Everything
12
you like.
cults.
You get on it.
I'm writing 12 cults? Fuck you, man. Oh,
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna piss.
I like how
Come
he's-
up with a name for our cuckoo.
I like how he
witnesses.
skipped 11 cults. It's now or 10. He went straight to 12. It's
I'm
Ocean's
fair.
13. Or the Cult of the Lamb.
The lamb.
That's right. I don't think he wants the Cult of the Cuckoo. So, guys, we need something that's like spy.
Nice. I have the perfect name. Cuckold.
All right.
Here you go, boss.
This is why you weren't allowed in the Yowie Con.
That's it, boss. That's it, Mr. Sizzle. The cuckold.
Okay. All right. Yeah, get the funny ones out.
I guess what's the what do you call this? What's the naming convention of the cults?
I don't think there's a specific naming convention.
So can we just come up with name like random word go like or
I think they generally. I think it's English.
we can't come up with like a made up word or does it have
You
to
can
be
come
like,
up with whatever you want and then type it in chat to get yelled at.
I'm just asking like again naming convention right?
I don't think there is any unanimous naming convention. Okay, you can just throw it out there. What are we naming? We're naming a cult.
Yes.
Lore, Mr. Lore. The cult's specific thing is that they're initiates. They infiltrate other cults to extract bits of information from that cult, things like unique spells or rituals that they find interesting. And when they're done, they leave and preferably sabotage that cult or like call the authorities on them. So they very cuckoo or cuckoo. I forget how you name the bird.
Cuckoo.
Yeah.
Cuckoo. Cult of the False Nest.
So they're the Secret Sons. But what about the Secret Daughters? The Sleeper Son.
The Sleeper Sons. The SS.
Oh God. All right. Well, no, never mind.
The False Eye. Okay, wait, Lore, were you present when Sizzle was talking about the cult, or are you just giving names?
I just described.
Okay, I don't think Lore knows of the cult's MO, Mr. Sizzle. I wanna retell Mr. Lore.
Oh, so witnesses. So we're making like a.
Back.
There is like a. Oh, okay, great. You can explain witnesses to Lore, and then read
Welcome back, Mr.
amazing
Crown.
suggestions.
Okay. The witnesses is an ideology. It is a belief that no spell should ever be forbidden, and every spell should be studied. No knowledge is evil, only ignorance of its consequences is. They argue that every spell ever condemned, every ritual buried beneath stone, and every relic locked behind Collegium vaults represents a question that humanity has chosen never to answer. Such acts do not make the world safer, they simply ensure that future generations will face the same dangers armed with less understanding than those who came before. Most witnesses do not advocate reckless spellcasting, nor do they celebrate destruction for its own sake. Rather, they believe that no discovery should be erased simply because it's frightening. A spell that sunders mountains should be understood before it's condemned. A ritual capable of speaking with entities within the Sea of Stars should be studied before it's forgotten. Even the darkest workings of necromancy and blood magic contain truths about the primeval current that can't be learned elsewhere. To destroy such knowledge is, in their eyes, an act of intellectual cowardice. This philosophy, however, places them in direct opposition to nearly every institution within Aegis. No, they don't practice safe spells.
It's the opposite.
Quite the opposite, in fact.
Yeah.
The type to find, like we were joking about earlier, the type to find a spell of plague and goes, wow, this could be devastating if in the wrong hands. What else could this be used for? And then figuring out that by swapping the sigils, by changing kind of this, like these key elements, it goes from being a plague of or like a spell of plague and famine to instead this spell of like growth and production. They go, we'd have never known that had somebody just destroyed this spell.
God, we might never have known. That's the PR anyway. They probably mostly just find evil shit.
Yeah, it's a lot of like, oh, this will summon a demon? What else could it do? As it summons a demon who rips his head off.
Summons a different demon. Oh, well, I should have seen that.
Shit.
Zorak with a Z instead of Zorak with an X.
Surely changing one letter.
So Lord doesn't know the MO of the current cult that we're trying to name. So he's just like throwing out names. He doesn't know the...
As opposed to Legion's suggestions, which were original and cool. And you should definitely look over and waste your time. Spend your time on them.
The cuckold.
No.
All right, well, that's all I needed to see.
There it is.
No. That was just one. That was just one.
That was just one, DM.
That was my one silly spell. Silly name.
CMOS, thinking like that is exactly what would make you a witness. Where like a witness will see a spell that sunders mountains and goes, wait a minute, couldn't we use this to tunnel through mountains to make roads? To connect towns and cities that had previously either been cut off or took months to circumnavigate the mountain? What do I need to do to make this spell do that? But the Collegium goes, no, you fool. That spell, if used incorrectly, destroys the mountain. It uproots the creatures that lived there. It can cause landslides that destroy the towns and cities you're trying to connect. But the witness goes, we'll never know if we don't try.
There are many mountains in the world.
Issue.
What's a couple mountains lost for the betterment of humanity?
You want to call them the Aes Sedai? No, I don't think we're going to call them the Aes Sedai.
Damn.
I'm already borrowing a shitload from fucking Wheel of Time. Also, I don't think the Aes Sedai fit this at all. Aren't they like super controlling and authoritarian over magic? Like, They kill any mage, any male spellcaster, don't they?
You've alerted
They call it the
every
gentling.
time fan.
Like, don't they fucking like just fucking yeah? You're gonna live out your life in a basically an old person's house.
Cult of the Whispered Word.
The whispered word. Interesting.
Cult
Hello.
of the stolen.
What are you saying?
Cult of the Stolen Tongue.
Stolen Tongue actually is not bad.
Stolen tongue.
Oh my god, Taunter's Tongue!
You're so right. Albrick, you son of a bitch. We're back.
Thanks for the ice build, pussy.
I was about to send you a DM just as a little silly haha.
Why is that your dick?
It's a silly haha. It's a little silly haha. You
Alright.
heard him.
What is...
I'm squidgy.
Roll up. I feel like I missed it.
Alright. It's late. I got a game tomorrow, so I'm gonna go to bed.
What?
Oh,
Yeah,
oh
gotta
yeah,
stay
you got game, don't you?
At 9 a.m. Hell yeah.
Goodness me.
Yeah, I forgot what the time was. Hee hee. I'll be very tired for the game.
Are you playing is this your Dragon Lady you're playing?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we're about to go to combat too, so it's gonna be
I'm to be a Solarian.
a fighter moment.
The Wheel
Right,
of the
should-
Sun.
Thankfully, I don't gotta it can't be that hard. All I do is run in, I attack. He's a fighter. Solarians also pretty cool.
Very dope.
Pretty dope. Level 8, you get like a sword that just flies around your body. It's great.
That's pretty sick. Very drippy,
Start
very
of their-
aura.
On the start of their turn, they take damage of your weapon.
Uh-huh.
For free?
I think it's a reflex save.
Oh, okay. I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
Still pretty sick.
No,
Basically an aura.
Correct. It is an aura. For an action, you get an aura, and then you sustain it. And then if you stop sustaining it, it explodes.
Okay, so you're always dedicating an action to sustaining your aura.
Well, it explodes on the enemy, not on you. So you're like, damn, I no longer sustain. And then at the end of your turn, it shatters, and they take like more damage. It's great.
Okay. That's pretty dope.
It is pretty dope. And then with Winged Warrior, very dope. I am speed.
Can't escape me.
You very much cannot. You think you can, but you cannot. All right, goodbye.
All right, rest well. Just
Well,
interesting. Are we allowed to join/participate on your future Pathfinder sessions? Like, what's the process? Shall we be subscribed on any of your web pages or pay our reservation fee for it? Because it's more of the interesting. I assume Snoll is getting hit because I just got a little notification. I assume Snoll is getting hit with a I assume they're getting hit with a ad right now.
I'm hit with an ad.
Okay, so that means Snow is. No. No.
Also, what do you think of Cult of Promised Charity, Mr. Boss?
I do like Stolen Tongue a lot.
Hey, I'm just throwing out names for cults that haven't been fought up yet.
Well, okay, let's work on the one that we have written first, or we have a name for before we start naming multiple cults. I know you're trying to get your fucking 12.
Yeah, don't you worry, boss.
A name is not simply enough. We need descriptions too.
Okay, also, I might have jumped the gun on 12. It's supposed to be Ocean's 11, not Ocean's 13. Sizzle was right. I just need 10. Okay, the ad's gone.
Are you sure? Mine still says it's got 50 seconds left.
Oh. Oh, there we go. I think they're done. They sent the wave. Mr. Boss.
Oh, I'm getting this idea down before I lose it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Snow. So the way that I do games is I have 2 games running right now. These are not games that are open to the community, or any sort of game that you can like pay a reservation towards or anything like that. My games for the longest time have been friend games. I run games for my friends, for like my current Sunday group are basically individuals who I've known for years and I've been running for years, countless games for. However, I have begun opening games for other streamers to build the community, to build a name for myself. That's what our current Tuesday game is. And I have considered running games for our crowned lords. Now, I want to preface, I have nothing concrete. This is simply a flickering idea in the back of my mind of creating short APs that I run for the individuals who have been supporting the Patreon and the community for a while. So these are the people who are the highest tier of my Patreon. Again, I have nothing in place, nothing concrete. They would be short, little like games, basically, to to basically show as thanks. However, we do have a lot of people in the Discord who run Pathfinder games, who run not only Pathfinder games. We have people running shit like Fabula Ultima. God, what was the other one? We do have people still running 5th edition. We have people running Mutants and Masterminds. So there are groups within the Discord in the community that are running games together. What's Pathfinder? That's a great question, Lore. When's your
OGs would remember.
when's your Ghosts game?
Oh.
When's your next session of that?
Real OGs would remember when lore.
We're gonna cut out super hard.
Also, boss. Not sure if you could hear me.
What's up, man? Snowwolf, I'm talking. Lore runs one of the Pathfinder APs called Season of Ghosts. Lore is the one who got me into Pathfinder, and I'm pretty sure. Let me double check before I speak out of my ass, real quick. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Lore pretty frequently posts looking for game posts in our community game section in the Discord. So if you're wanting to play Pathfinder with a DM who will teach you Pathfinder and not introduce a bunch of homebrew bullshit, Lore's your man.
Lore is the man, yes. He is the capybara of Pathfinder.
He is John Paizo.
Yes. He's our Paizo agent. He just wormed himself way in, and then last thing we know, we're no longer doing 5th edition. We're a TF2E server.
It was really the perfect storm because it happened right when the 5th edition module became obtuse and a pain in the ass.
And just like any infection, it wormed itself when our defenses were low and accepted them with open arms. Also, before I have to go, boss, can I get your opinion on some of the names?
Of the shorn scribes, of the unbridled advance, of the shared providence, unbound word promised charities. I mean, they're okay. I don't know, man. I think you kind of cooked with Stolen Tongue.
No, yeah, Stolen Tongue. Yeah, that's for one. Well, you can't use Stolen Tongue for like 10 other cults now.
I'm not trying to make 10 other fucking cults.
Or just
I'm not giving you your goddamn Ocean's 11.
Okay, Ocean's 4, I guess. I guess that would fit. That would be fine.
You son of a bitch.
Just 5 highly
How about
specialized.
How about you write up what some of these fucking cults do, and then I'll pick.
Okay. Just calm down. Don't gotta be so aggro,
I'm
Mr.
gonna
Boss.
spike you into a wall. I'll show you aggro.
What that? Why would you do that? I'm your most loyal bee.
Sometimes there needs to be a shake-up. Keep things fresh.
So what? I'm like the jester bee, you know?
He lies, my lord. See, Dice God lies. See, Dice God's like, you're a liar.
What? That's your worm tongue bee. Okay.
That's my worm tongue. Dice God's the I sentenced Dice God to like 9 billion years in the fucking salt mines.
Yeah, that's for being worm tongue.
No, he got sent there because he's British.
Oh. I see. I'm learning so much.
He got sent there because he beat me once in Pokemon.
Yeah, I remember.
And
that.
I'll
Yeah,
never
that's pretty funny.
forgive him. And I'll never forgive him.
You still gonna be up for a bit more, boss? I just have to go do something for a bit.
I'm not sure. I genuinely have no idea.
Will you be streaming tomorrow?
Today?
Yes.
Hmm.
Or are you just gonna be streaming Ravencore
Well, we're
the following
definitely
day?
we're definitely streaming Ravencore. Huh. Dun, 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 dun. I might stream today. I think I'm gonna wrap up here because I'm starving. I want to get some food. But I think I might try and stream today as well. Get some more world building in.
Understood.
Yeah,
But also, boss, if you'll still be up, yes.
Oh, I was just gonna say, now that I'm feeling better.
If you'll still be up enough, I'll hop back into work. We're just gonna buy food for a bit.
Sure.
Just let me know, boss, if you'll still be up, even if you're not streaming.
Okay.
All right. See you later, boss.
Bye bye. I just want to find out, how does it work with you? Yeah, so I've never really done community ran games before. Mostly because it's a lot of vetting. It's like a lot of work to basically find the people whose schedules aligned within the community who then I can also put on stream. So it's something that I've never really considered doing, if that makes sense. I mostly run games for my friends, and then I also run games for people I would like to get to know, as well as people who will help build the community. Because we are still trying to become bigger and bigger and bigger. So the current plan is we have our Sunday group where those are all my friends. And then you have my Tuesday group. These are also my friends, but these are also streamers, right? This is their first introduction to Pathfinder. It's just the beginner box. It's just its own little AP. It's nothing too crazy. And then the plan is that once that one is over, we start another one. I grab another band of adventurers, a new band of wayfarers, other people I've interacted with in the streaming sphere, right? So like the plan currently is, after this one, is to get like Tomato, Mazay, and some others, and get them together, and then go from there. Run another beginner box. Build our community, so to speak. I initially was I was quite content to just keep running for friends, but we were kind of stagnating in terms of like growth. But Sizzle definitely pushed me towards opening up the games to like other people, and it's worked out great. We've seen a huge spike in growth. His working came from whoops, but I like your style. These chill streams are great. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I mean, right? Like fostering a community. For like the last 4 years, I've basically just kind of been streaming to stream, but now I'm like, you know what? Let us build. Let us grow as people. I tire of being the 10th. I tire of being in the top 10. I desire to be in the top 3. Still need to finish Shadow of the Earth Tree. Yeah, I do. I do need to finish Shadow of the Archer. You are correct. Think of all the things you can steal. Well, okay, so that's kind of the thing, right? Like, I'm kind of leaning away. I'm leaning more and more away from that, where I want to steal. I want to steal, but I want to steal the bones. I want to leave behind the flesh. I want to steal the bones and make it my own. So that's why I've been doing like all of this big like write-ups, all of these rewrites. Is replacing things that I had basically stolen one for one and am now remaking in my own image. Because, you know, a lot of people have asked, and I would eventually like to be able to maybe publish an AP. You know, I'd like to be able to publish something that's not, that isn't just, you know, Lord of the Elden Ring, Darkest Dungeon. I'd like it to be the world of Adis, and you can see where the inspirations come from, but you can see I've put my own spin on them, right? Somebody will look at it and be like, "Oh, this person obviously read Wheel of Time. It's just that they have a different kind of understanding of how X, Y, and Z works." Or this person obviously loves Dark Souls, but they've put their own twist on it. I could. Yeah, I'd eventually like to put out an AP. I'd eventually like to put out an adventure, like what Brett did, right? Like Brett did with Keld Fallen. I'd like to put out an adventure for folks where it's like, hey, I make the maps, and I've made the story beat, right? Like, you know, this is the little adventure you're gonna play in. It's a self-contained adventure that you could drop in the middle of any game and be totally fine. Because that's what I think. I don't think adventures or APs should be level 1 to 20 or level 1 to 11. I think APs should contain about a level. They should be about a level. You should be able to take an adventure and drop it in the middle of literally anything else. Like what they used to do with TSR. I should be able to take the Village of Hamlet and the Against the Cult of the Reptile God and the Red Hand of Doom and the Amber Keep and all of these. I should be able to basically drop them into the middle of a story, and I can connect them if I want to, or they can be their own self-contained adventures. Reading through the Crooked Moon Splat book has shown me how to do a proper campaign. What is a Crooked Moon? You want to post that in the Discord, Ruffian? I've never heard of that. That sounds super interesting. Oh. Oh, it's from Evantris. Interesting. I thought their thing was like the Neon Genesis or whatever. Have they put out multiple books? God damn. I thought Neon Genesis was like their first book. I didn't realize that they had put out multiple books already. Neon Odyssey, that's what it is. Fuck. Apologies. No worries. Take care, Moss. We'll catch you around. Crooked Moon is pretty involved too. What does pretty involved mean? Like it requires a lot of work to function, or it just has a lot of detail? Oh, lots of detail. Interesting. Positive text we read, you can earn the best of the descriptions. Each chapter of the main campaign comes with trigger warnings because it's a folk horror setting. I'd have no clue that they were running a horror game with some of the shorts that I've seen. Is their least popular series, Edge of Midnight. Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised. Everything's closed even on a weekend. And that there'd be like something kind of open. Doesn't appear to be. Sorry, is Burger King 24-hour? No way. Fuck it, we'll try it out. We'll see what happens. I do think I am going to call it there, though. Yeah, we did some pretty good stuff. Read up the witnesses, the Order of the Eye. Sorry, the Cult of the Eye, the Cult of the Stolen Tongue. Kind of further defined their founding. And also further explained how order and chaos works in the setting. So pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, so that's gonna be it for me tonight. Where should I put the Crooked Moon stuff? Put it in 80 suggestions. Be as kind. All right. Once I get this a little bit more defined, I'll put this in the Discord as well. That's what I do with all of the. Once I have more stuff written up, I'll be adding it to the Ava's lore forums. All right. Yeah, that's it for me. I hope you all have a lovely night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'll love to hear from you. I will see you all later. Goodbye.